Domo. Unauthorized Gomotuber, key from Johnson Island. So today I am going to be reading this EarthBound strategy guide, player's guide. It originally came with the American version of the game. We thought since those American console players weren't used to RPGs, they should essentially tell you everything about how the game is played, I guess. But because of that, the game cost a lot, and it was a complete flop. Let me start the music. Alright. Oh, give me a second, it's a bit loud for me. Oh. Okay, hopefully that's not too bad. But yeah. EarthBound player's guide. The cover is pretty funny. Shows images of multiple locations, but it's always the same for renders, and sometimes they're really distorted. It's really weird. Complete guide to EarthBound, straight from the pros at Nintendo. Read the consumer information and precaution booklet. That's the standard manual thing, because this guide served as a manual essentially. Screenshot from the game, specifically the Japanese version, because they're dressed in black. So, thank you for selecting EarthBound for your Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Please read the following instructions thoroughly to ensure proper handling and use of your new game. Please save this manual and strategy guide for future reference. The power switch on and off repeatedly, the accumulated content of your SNES cartridge may be deleted. Avoid turning the power switch off unnecessarily before saving the game, or data may be lost. Nintendo, official Nintendo seal of quality. The official seal is your assurance that Nintendo has reviewed this product and it has met our standards for excellence in workmanship, reliability, and entertainment value. Always look for this seal when buying games and accessories to ensure complete compatibility with your Nintendo products. The last sentence is the only truth in this. There's a lot of bad games with that seal. All Nintendo products are licensed by sales for use with other authorized products. Kids to adult animated violence, and even then that's so little. I wonder if they changed this. Alright, welcome to EarthBound. Can 4 average kids save the world from certain destruction at the hands of an evil alien invader? They might be inexperienced, but don't count them out. The 4 spunky kids have the fate of mankind in their hands and the weight of the world on their shoulders. It's a good thing that they have psychic powers and you on their side. As you begin this unique gaming experience and explore the world in search of the sinister spirit of Gygas, or Gigu, pack along our travel guide. You'll need it to find your way through EarthBound's twisted and hilarious world. and you won't want to miss a single side trip or pass up any sights along the way. Just remember to phone your old mom and dad. After all, the kids will wander a long way from home. So a lot of credits. So something weird that they did was redesign Ness and Paula. Like these aren't the Japanese versions. Oh, monkey. Lots of stuff. Good old which Starman is that? I forget. Controller functions. Basic game controls utilize the control pad, A button, B button. The control pad is used for moving character cursor. A selecting option, B cancel. That's standard. At least one use except the Y button, which has no functions in game. No functions, and I love the L button. R button is the bell, that's weird. Okay. Control pad is used to move your character or characters. Move two or more. Moves the lead characters and all others will follow. Yeah, that's normal. R button has only one function in the game. When riding a bicycle, press the R button. Will ring the bell. You'll almost feel the breeze flowing through your hair. I didn't know, and I don't think I even rode the bike in my playthrough on this channel. Next, select. Same use as B, it can use in place of the B when you wish to use the one-handed option of controlling the game. I see, I didn't know that. That's useful. Because yeah, you can just use the D-pad, L, and select, and be able to do almost everything. X button, the map. A button, register selection. Open the command menu. That wow. S start. The start button will start the game title screen. This is the only use that the button has in EarthBound. I see. L button can be used to check, talk to. It can also allow you to control the game with your left hand only. Pressing select, the HP and PP window will appear. Press the L button, the command. Oh, that's really cool. Wow. So with that, you can also use your items and stuff. Really interesting. B button is used to cancel. Return to the previous screen. The B button will bring up the HP and PP window. Yeah. Starting the game. You should now be ready to start your adventure in the world of EarthBound. Your adventure will be a long one, so you will be creating a game file in which to save your progress. If you can't play or can't play the game in stereo, you can take advantage of the stereo sound effect by selecting. I see. I don't know if I ever had a mono TV. Opening screens. Power turn on. Title screen. Game demonstration. We press start A, B, progress. Yeah. Saving. You selected the game file, your progress will be saved and established in the game. You are given a chance to name the 4 main characters. You also name your dog, enter your favorite homemade dish, and key in your favorite thing. Game file selection. Yeah, nothing really interesting there. It's just relative. File setup select. Once the game file has been selected, read window. How fast the game text will scroll. Once you're saved, as mentioned earlier, you continue a save game by selecting continue, delete. Okay. Our hero and his friends. Let's go to page 2. Well, page 7. In EarthBound, you play as 4 friends on a mission to save the world and ultimately the universe from an evil entity named Gygas. At the beginning of the game, you are a single character who has been given an awesome adventure to complete. As you travel from place to place, you'll meet these friends, and the power of your group follows. An age-old prophecy tells of the group of friends and their influence on the plans of Gygas. Now, step in the shoes of these friends as they strive to fulfill their incredible destiny. Ness, unlikely protector of the Earth. He is a normal kid living in... Never know how to pronounce that town name. Is it Onet? Is it Wonet? Is it Wonet? The thing I hear the most is Onet, and I'll go with that. But the first 4 towns follow a 1, 2, 3, 4 pattern. So it's Wonet, Tucson, Reed, and Forsyth. That's why it's probably Wonet. This sounds wrong. I don't know. Okay, a town in Eagle Land. Once the meteorite lands, however, everything changes. An alien believes him to be a very special human, one with the power to affect cosmic events. Ness has a good balance of speed, IQ, offensive power, and mysterious psychic abilities. His psychic PSI powers include healing abilities that he can use on himself and his friends. His preferred weapon is some type of baseball bat, and he loves to wear a special baseball cap with his favorite team's logo on the front. You can't see the front of the with the logo though. We do see it in the manga though, which I've been reading. It's pretty special. Bola, possessor of psychic powers. I mean, so is he. She is the first friend that Ness meets on his adventure. She comes from Tucson, where her mother runs a preschool out of the family home. All the children at the preschool love her. Though she looks like your average sweetie pie, she has powerful psychic abilities that help make the group a force to be reckoned with. Television reporters have reported on her powers. Her psychic abilities are great for offensive attacks. When she needs a weapon, she prefers a frying pan. Her girlish charm also acts as some type of defense against attacks. I don't remember if that comes up. So these are some high-level enemies, aren't they? Jeff, mechanical genius of the team. Winters is home to the son of a famous scientist. He is the same age as Ness, so they naturally have a lot to talk about. Jeff's own scientific knowledge is tremendous, and he can use machines and gadgets that none of the other 3 friends have any idea how to use. Jeff is especially good at repairing broken devices. Winters is an island country, so meeting up with the group becomes a major undertaking. Jeff doesn't have any psychic abilities, but his mechanical skills make up for it. Weapons that he has repaired can only be used by him. Winters is weird, it's like based on the UK. And mysterious prince from the east. The prince from the country of Dalam, an Easter country and is very mysterious to most people living in Eagle Land. He is a little older than Ness, and he has great physical, mental, and spiritual strength. He seems very popular with the girls as well. Though he has all of these tremendous attributes, he remains modest and loyal. He commands strong psychic abilities that only he can use. His weapons and protections are mostly unknown because of his mysterious background. Now, if he could only get used to Western-style food. That last sentence is... he doesn't get healed as much as the other characters from Western food, like hamburgers and pizza, which is interesting. Let me have a sip. Decisions. When you start a new game, you have the chance to name your 4 friends that make the group. It's always more fun to play a game with characters named after you and your friends. Give it a try. After completing the game setup, you are asked to name the 4 friends that battle Gygas in EarthBound. By naming the characters yourself, EarthBound feels more realistic, and it's easier to imagine yourself wandering through the strange locations and meeting the even stranger inhabitants of the world of EarthBound. You have 5 spaces to use when naming your characters. Select a letter, move the cursor to that letter, okay. See if there's something interesting in this. Also, ask to name your dog, your favorite food, and your favorite thing. Unfortunately, you only get 6 spaces for naming your dog, food, and thing. Chance to correct. If there's a problem, you can select no, or press B and start over again. If you prefer, there are a number of default names and items that you can choose from as well. On the name entry screen, select Don't Care, and a name or item is automatically selected for you. If you do not like the selected name or item, press the A button to cycle through the default. Yeah, so on this little list here, those are default. Baby is one of the default names, so is Muffin. Then the coolest thing, they chose power in all caps. Very unique. Oh, there we go. Chart of Don't Care entries. Oh no, I guess Muffin wasn't. I got that wrong. I just go with the default for everything except favorite thing. I choose love. So I can have PK love, or was it PSI? Game screen command window, and EarthBound, you open Windows to gain information. Talk to, communicate, PSI, chance to use some of your powers, yeah, check. It's especially useful when you find a gift box, chest, or coffin. Good. Oh, that's cool. And then on the side, you can check the effect of your spells. How to fight. In EarthBound, your travels will take you to many unusual and hostile places, even your hometown. There is a wide variety of monsters as well as normal people that you must battle. Many regular animals and people have become violent because of the influence of Gygas over the evil in their minds. Monsters and evil citizens can be seen wandering around while on the main game screen. If a person is under an evil influence, their face will appear to be blue. Animals lurk everywhere and try to ambush you as you explore an area. Worst of all, if there is a huge assortment of strange monsters that have been unleashed because of Gyga's plot for universal destruction. Below are screens detailing how a battle takes place. Enemies often very fast and difficult to avoid. Try ducking behind a tree or another object to avoid a battle, though this may not work. That's one of the cool things about this. You can try to block their way. If you decide you want to attack, or you are not able to avoid, the battle begins when you touch the enemy. Occasionally, other nearby enemies may join the fight, even though they were wandering around separately. Once you cause them all to leave, you gain EXP and stuff. Hey, the battle spoil is a different color. Mentioned, you enter battle when you or anyone in your group touches an enemy. Since enemies are quite fast, it can be difficult to avoid a battle. You should always therefore try to fight your battle so that you have the greatest possible advantage. This is accomplished by being aware of which way you are facing when you and an enemy touch. Face to face, gonna be a gray swirl or white. No, the swirl will be black. Neither side gained special advantage and the battle begins as normal. Most battles will occur in this manner. Your surprise. Opening attack. If you're lucky, you may be able to successfully approach an enemy from behind and force a battle before the enemy has a chance to turn around. In this case, the swirl preceding a battle might be green. You and your party will then get a free opening attack on the enemy before the regular battle begins. In Mother 3, you can actually see the back of enemies when you do that. It's really interesting. And then the enemy surprise attack. If you're approached by the enemy and they attack you from behind, the swirl preceding the battle will be red. In this case, the enemy might get a free opening attack. It is very important to avoid this attack whenever possible, especially when the enemies begin to get very strong. Yeah, that's around that game. That could be a death sentence. As you encounter an enemy, the battle screen appears. The enemy in front of you, possibly in two separate rows, if enough enemies are present. That can happen with just two enemies as well. Some enemies know how to place themselves. Your windows appear HPPP. Condition constantly indicate that the win at the bottom. Battle window. They got different things. Nasty hero. Ness has a number of options to choose as he is the leader of the group of friends. He is offensively well balanced with strong physical as well as psychic. Be sure to keep the strongest bat possible. A bat is Ness's weapon of choice. That's not always equipped the best bat. There's an early bat that's really strong but misses a lot. Dash damages the enemy by use of physical attack. PSI's your magic. Good. Auto fight. The computer selects the course of action for you. Cancel. Auto fight. Press the B button, just like in Modern 1. Defend. Run away. Hola. First run. For the most part, Pola's battle commands are similar to Nest with a single notable exception, the Prey command. If Nest is knocked unconscious, Pola also has the chance to select Auto Fight and Runaway commands. Hey, it's the dinosaur. Prey, this command is very mysterious, and the effect can vary wildly. Though potentially helpful, be careful. I don't actually know if Prey works outside of the last battle. I'll have to look into that. Jeff, second friend. Jeff is not able to employ any psychic abilities, but he makes up for it by being able to fashion great weapons out of broken items. Though he is not a very strong fighter, Jeff is indispensable to the success of the group. Spy, a very special ability that allows Jeff to size up the enemy and report all weaknesses to you. Goods, as mentioned, there are special weapons that only Jeff is able to use. Look for broken gadgets he can fix. And Pooh. Prince Pooh is a mystical fighter who has been trained in ancient martial arts. This makes him a very powerful fighter and a big bonus when he finally joins the group. He employs a special ability to mirror that is awesome, to say the least. Mirror. Special ability allows the prince to assume the shape of one of the enemy attackers. The effect is temporary. I never used that. I wonder how it works. Rolling hit points. One special feature of EarthBound is the hit point meter that descends gradually. You receive damage that will force you to lose consciousness. Try to completely defeat the enemy before your HP meter reaches 0. If you do so, you can stop yourself from going unconscious. You can also use items or healing to make it go back up, and it's gonna start healing at the point you are. Okay, before you're on your way. Phone calls. It's always a good idea to call your dad to save your progress in the game. You never know when you may accidentally wind up facing a strong enemy, so saving your progress will definitely help you. In the game, black phones are free, while other phones cost $1. Using the ATM, your bank account holds your hard-earned cash, and your ATM card allows you to withdraw or deposit money. Find an ATM at a drugstore, hotel, or department store. Withdraw your money and buy those expensive, powerful items that you've been drooling over. Catching a cold. A cold is one of the ailments that you may run across in the course of the game. Sometimes you can purchase some type of treatments from a drugstore. In the case of a cold, you may want to look for a cold remedy to avoid going to the hospital. In the hospital, there's those 3 NPCs. Doctor. Doctor is important because he can cure some of those nasty conditions you pick up. Nurse. The nurse is excellent at reviving someone in your group who has become unconscious. And healer. The healer can take care of conditions that doctors can't do anything about. Look for him. I learned in Mother he also restores your PPs. I don't know if he did that in EarthBound. I always just went to a hotel for that. Magic Butterfly. If you're lucky, you will come across the elusive Magic Butterfly from time to time. Catch the butterfly, a sense of relaxation comes over you, and 20 PSI points are restored to you. These butterflies have been known to inhabit caves. They inhabit everywhere. Pretty amazing. Delivery services. During the course of the game, you may find that you need to have something delivered to you. This Cargo Express is the local delivery company, and your sister Tracy has a part-time job with them. Another delivery service is Mac Pizza, great at delivering a piping hot pizza to you, no matter where you are. Hint stand. One of the biggest helps that you can discover is the hint stand. The gentleman who runs the business seems to know what you've been doing and what you need to do next. These hints may not be cheap, but they can certainly help you get out of a confusing situation. I like to use them just to see what they'll say. The game is almost mostly straightforward. And if you miss your mom, even a hero can save the world. Even a hero out to save the world can get homesick. After all, this is the longest you've ever been away from home. The best cure for those bouts of loneliness is the gentle voice of your understanding mom. The great thing is, she's just a phone call away. So if you get the homesick ailment, you just call her. Okay, EarthBound travel guide. Back with those amazing photos. Oh, that's great. Calling Earth. Imagine the Earth as you know it changing overnight into an alien planet where people are not what they seem to be, and where familiar places suddenly become foreign. That is exactly the situation that Ness finds himself when he is awakened by a thunderous crash that rocks his house violently. The Midnight Mystery. Nestled in his cozy bed at his home in the small town of Onet, Ness is lost in dreams of cookies and brightly wrapped birthday presents when, suddenly, a violent crash breaks the peaceful silence of the night. Sitting bolt upright in bed, he rubs his eyes, then rushes downstairs to find what would have caused a tremendous tremor that ripped him from sleep. Also alarmed, his mother is already downstairs. Ness is eager to investigate, and his mother reluctantly allows him to leave, but only after he changes out of his PJs. Once outside, Ness finds his small town all abuzz over a meteor that has crashed to Earth just a short distance from town. The police have constructed roadblocks with all entrances to the town. At all entrances to the town, and no one is allowed to come or go. When he tries to get close to the crash site, he finds it too blocked by policemen who tell him to go home and go back to bed. Near the scene, he also runs into his bothersome neighbor, Pokey, who is pestering the police. After talking to everyone, including one man who claims to be the first person on the scene, Ness returns home to report his finding to his mother. Then he goes back to bed. Just as he drifts back off to sleep, though, someone pounds on the door. He opens it to find the distraught Pokey on the doorstep. It seems that while Pokey was hanging around the crash site, his younger brother, Picky, disappeared. Because Pokey was supposed to be taking care of Picky. Pokey knows he's in big trouble if he doesn't find his brother and take him home before his parents return. He begs for Ness's help. Ness agrees to return to the crash site in the meadow near town. He sets out with his dog, King, and Pokey. At this time of night, with the police busy in town, monsters are lurking in the shadows. The boys fend them off with King's help, and when they reach the meteor, sure enough, they find Picky. They plan to hightail it home, but before they can leave the area, an eerie column of night pierces the dark sky just above the meteor, and they hear a peculiar buzzing voice address them. Buzz, the bee-like creature behind the voice, tells them that he has come from the future. 10 years in the future, to be exact. He tells of the devastation at the hands of Gygas, the universal cosmic destroyer. He says that people in the time and place he comes from tell a legend that says, when the chosen boy reaches the point, he will find the light. The passing of time will shatter the nightmare rock and will reveal a path of light. Buzz believes that Ness is the chosen boy, and that the meteor portends that Gaiga's evil plan has been set in motion on Earth. He believes that if Ness begins to counter Gaigas immediately, he might have time to save the Earth from devastation. The legend also says that 3 boys and a girl defeat Gaigas. He advises Ness that 3 things are of utmost importance: wisdom, courage, and friendship. Buzz joins them as they head home, and it's a good thing too. On the way they're attacked by Starman Jr., one of Gaigas' henchmen. Buzz protects the boys using a psychic shield during the ensuing battle. When they defeat Junior, Buzz warns them that they'll be facing not only soldiers sent by Gaigas, but also humans and animals that have been possessed by Gaigas' evil forces. When they reach Pokey and Picky's house, their parents are already home and the 2 boys are in big trouble. They're sent to their room, leaving Ness and Buzz to deal with the angry parents. Buzz isn't around for long though. Pokey's mother mistakes him for a dung beetle and promptly grounds him with a fly swatter. In his waning moments, Buzz gives Ness some final advice. He whispers, "To defeat Gaigas, your own power must unite with the Earth's. The Earth will then channel your power and multiply it." He tells Ness of 8 points, or sanctuaries, that he must visit. And with his dying breath, Buzz gives Ness the Sound Stone, a sacred stone that records the songs of the sanctuaries. Now Ness must pursue the adventure on its own. And following the advice of Buzz, he sets out for the city of Annette and the legendary sanctuary that follows. Trace Ness's steps as he journeys all over the Earth, battling Gaigas' evil influence at every turn. This complete traveler's companion points out places of interest in every region and recommends the best restaurants to dine in and the best places to shop. It's your complete guide to Ness's world, and when you're EarthBound, you won't want to be without it. They said the name of the game. Alright, let me drink some water. This the big guide, huh? Oh no. Okay. Big guide. I wonder how long it's gonna take to read through. Bullet Times, Volume 23. All the news that's fit to fit. Mysterious meteorite crashes north of Annette. Late last night, the town was rocked by a meteor that crashed to Earth just north of Annette. There were no witnesses to the collision itself, and the police, suspecting that aliens were on board, immediately cordoned off the site and constructed roadblocks to keep any unauthorized beings from coming or going. Many people, awakened by the crash, tried to get a glimpse of the mysterious chunk of flying debris, but the boys in blue kept them at a distance. No one actually admitted to seeing aliens coming from the meteor. But with some of the strange happenings around here lately, it's certainly possible that extraterrestrial beings are at work. Some of them may even be people you talk to on the street today. Be sure to pass along a friendly, Annettian welcome to the visitors, no matter what they look like. Oh, that ended way better than I expected. Giant Step said to hold psychic power. This announced today that the Giant Step holds a strange psychic power, confirming suspicions held by many Annettians for decades. When pressed, the scientists decline to identify the source of the mysterious power, but those who have experienced it assume that it comes from the foot of the giant who left his footprints there. Not all are able to experience the power. Police attack innocent boy. 5 policemen under the direction of Chief Strong ganged up on a local youth who, they claim, was trespassing in closed territory. To their surprise, the boy trounced them all, including the chief. It was caught on video by a bystander and will be aired on this evening's news. Wow. Sharks claim reformed. Longtime bad boy Frank, leader of the notorious Sharks gang, claimed today that he and his gang have reformed. Long known for terrorizing women and children, the Sharks claim that they will be organizing a food drive next month. The surprising turnabout came at the hands of Ness, who thumped the boys soundly and made them promise to devote their time and efforts to worthwhile causes henceforth. Don't miss the vacation home of a lifetime. The perfect second home. Get away in style in your own oceanfront retreat. Lion Cheat Real Estate. Call now. That was indeed it was pretty funny when you buy the house and enter. Let's see now. Oops. Travel and shopping guide on it. Nestled in a northern meadow, on it is a pleasant village with a small town atmosphere that is relaxing at any time of year. Spring, summer, winter, or fall, it makes for a great place to get away from it all. When you visit, don't miss the crater south of town. State-of-the-art arcade. Annette has a great arcade in the downtown area. It has all of the biggest arcade titles, including, of course, the latest and greatest of them all, Killer Instinct. Players from all over Annette get together every afternoon, so if you're traveling with kids, be sure to put this stuff here on your to-do list. Killer Instinct is real in EarthBound. Oh, fast fact population. People 3,500. Dogs 2. What? Average temperature 27 Fahrenheit. And annual rainfall 10 inches. Only 2 dogs. I don't know Fahrenheit, so I don't know if 72 is good. Giant Step. Just north of Monet is an unusual land formation that looks quite literally as if it were a giant's footprint. Of course, many local legends about its origin abound about its origin. It's a tourist favorite. Scenic vistas. The people of Onet take great pride in their small hamlet. The streets are meticulously neat and are lined with towering maple trees that put on an incredible show in the autumn when their leaves turn to brilliant shades of yellow and orange. I wish I could see that. Be sure to take a short trip to the coast just west of town to see the beautiful view from the bluffs. During the summer months, when weather permits, a local musician plays to entertain visitors as they enjoy the view. Seasonal road closure. Be sure to call ahead when you're planning a trip to Onet. The police construct barriers whenever there's a hint of safety hazards on roads leading to or from the city. Men in blue protect and serve. Those don't look like American police. Onet has a fine police force that keeps the streets safe for visitors and residents alike. When you see one of the public servants on the street, be sure to stop and say hello. Sometimes an officer can give you tips on things to do or see. Historic Library. Don't miss Onet's extensive library, which is a rich source of local history as well as maps that they give freely to visitors. Take your time exploring the stacks of the map. Nice. It's surprisingly big, and it doesn't even show everything on this side. Wow. Onet. Welcome to the small city of Onet, where you'll be greeted by cheerful, sunny streets. Visit all of the city buildings and private homes to learn about the real Onet. Out of the way stuff. Before leaving the neighborhood where Ness's house is located and heading for downtown Onet, return to the small cabin on the trail to the meteor landing site and talk to the man inside to learn about an interesting treasure. Good old liar exaggerate. On the drugstore, everything for your aches and pains, including baseball bat and t-ball bat. Baseball cap. Oh, there's the rest of the map. Let's see. Burger barn. To choose coffee. I could use a coffee. Focus. Pose for the local photographer. Smile. You're on less than candid camera. Every so often on this version of Earth, a fanfare breaks out and a black-coated photographer drops from the sky. Strike your best pose, say fuzzy pickles, and let him capture your image. Where you are, as you are. He's keeping a traveler's log and taking photos of important events on your journey. When you finish the adventure, perhaps you'll have an album to remember everything you did. Yeah. Travel steps. While you're in the appearance upon its environs, you should try the activities listed. If you follow the chart items in the order listed, you should have no problem completing them all. Start by talking to Pokey at the Meteorland site, then return home and wait for the knocks that start the chain of events to follow. Yeah. And Vicky talk to Buzz, Sunstone, Napa Town. Defeat Frank, get a key. Defeat the Titanic Ant, learn to sound at the giant step. Fight the police. Okay, Onet Public Library. Don't miss a visit to the Onet Public Library. Librarians there are very friendly and helpful. You can learn about the controller functions as well as the city of Onet. One library clerk will give you, free of charge, a map to the area you refer to it frequently, so make sure that you don't miss any important points as you explore Onet and its surrounding region. Don't miss the seaside. Pick them up, learn about magic butterflies. Onet Bakery. Baked fresh every day. Cookie, butter roll, skip sandwich, lucky sandwich. Okay. Secret clubhouse. You walk into the wooded area behind the library. You'll meet a kid who asks you if you want to take his place guarding the clubhouse. He's just kidding, and he won't let you, even if you offer. But if you search in the trees and directly below the clubhouse, you'll find a hidden path that leads into it. One of the kids inside will give Ness a baseball cap that he can use for protection. I didn't know that. What? What is that? They don't mean this, I don't think. Yeah, it's up here. I never went there. Wow. Well, I already learned something. Aside from ringing the bell. Excellent victory. Unlike most RPGs, this one doesn't make you fight all of your own battles. If you by far outclass an opponent that approaches you, the game automatically gives you the victory and even gives you the experience points that you would have had if you fought the battle. When you are much stronger than the opponent, you won't even enter a battle scene. Instead, the words "you won" will immediately flash on the screen and you'll be credited with the win. I love that mechanic, it's so good. Drugstore. Drugstores have ATMs and telephones, and they generally also have clerks who sell medical supplies and armor. While you're there, you can call home for cash, withdraw it from the cash machine, and use it to buy supplies. Police station. When you first visit the police station, no one will be very helpful or have anything very interesting to tell you. Just talk to everyone and note that's what they say. Later, when you return from the giant step, you'll have your hands full at the station. Bakery. When you're running low on energy and before you set out for a side trip, stop off at the bakery to buy some rolls, cookies, or sandwiches. They'll refill your energy and put you back on the bank. Focus. Check the trash cans. Even though you normally might avoid trash cans while on vacation, it's a good idea to look into the ones on it. Inside you might find valuable items that will be helpful to you. Never mind how it looks, it's worth the effort. City Hall. Something's up at the City Hall and it's not the moral of the workers. For some reason, most of them are unhappy with the mayor. If you try to see the mayor now, you'll be turned away by a police officer. The secretary tells you that you need to have an appointment, but she won't make one for you. You'll have to come back later. Oh, hi, welcome. I'm just reading the EarthBound guide. We still got over 100 pages to go. Hotel on it. When you're low on energy and peaceful power, spend the night at the hotel on it. It costs $35 per night, but it's a bargain. When you wake, be sure to get a copy of the morning newspaper. A view from property. If you follow the trail that leads to the west of town, you'll come upon a seaside cabin that's for sale. The real estate agent there will give you the hard sell, but don't fall for it. The house may have a great view, but it's no bargain at $7,500. Gossip around town says that there's a tough guy at the arcade who calls the shots with the gang around town. The Sharks. As you walk around town, the boys in black will pick on you, so keep a wide berth unless you're trying to build your experience level. When you are building experience, take them all on. Hit the arcade after you've thoroughly checked out the town, and when you're fully stocked with supplies, head for the arcade. The state-of-the-art Fun Palace is a 2-story facility packed with the latest arcade games. Downstairs, you'll have to fight a couple of sharks who don't like strangers trotting on their turf. The yard behind the arcade, you'll find Frank, the leader of the sharks. When you talk to him, the fight will begin, and when you think the fight's over, think again. Frank is backed up by Frankenstein, a maniacal robot, and you'll also have to defeat him to tame the sharks. There's the Frankenstein. He's inside of it. So enemies. On it might be a nice place to visit, but you won't want to live there until you clear the streets of the residents. The town is crawling with the beasts. Norman Jr. When you return to your home with Pokey and Picky, you'll be ambushed by Starman Jr. You'll be glad that Buzz is still alive to help with the battle. Yeah, he's got a lot of HP and PP. Offense 11 is not too high, but... Spiteful Crow. Squawking Spiteful Crows dive bomb out of bushes on it and elsewhere. Don't let them strike you from behind. Watch out for them and start the battle when you're face to face. You don't see it here, but they like to steal your consumables, which is pretty annoying. They don't give it back even when you defeat them. Void snakes. Watch out for snakes in the grass as you're enjoying the sights. They can sneak up quickly to strikes, so make sure that you meet them head on. Runaway dog. Ness's dog, King, might have great manners, but none of the other dogs in town have graduated from obedient school. Watch out for them as you tour town. Frank. Frank thinks he's one tough dude, but if you're fairly experienced, he won't give much trouble. Be sure you're well supplied when you face him. The caves at Science Step. After you defeat Frank at the arcade, go to the mayor's office. This time his secretary will greet you warmly and invite you upstairs to meet with the mayor. He'll be so grateful to you for taking care of those pesky sharks that he'll give you the key to the little cabin north of town. The cabin was rocked up because the sharks had trashed it. It's still a mess, but that doesn't matter. You're only going to walk through it, not stay there. Bugs and slugs. Watch out for tiny enemies inside the cave. Even though they're so little you can hardly see them, they attack fiercely. Well, the slug might not be fierce, but they're a pain because they attack in numbers. The Blankentoids are fast and nasty. Yeah, they are, those attack slugs. Ah, that's some nice maps. Magic butterflies. Take the time to chase down a magic butterfly if you see one fluttering in the area. Catching one will make you relax and it refills your PSI power completely. Because you'll use lots of PP fighting groups of enemy at one time. The butterflies will be very useful. That's an error maybe? They don't fill your HPs entire. They don't fill your PP entirely. Maybe they say that because early in the game they do. Okay, shining spot. When you see the shining spot, you'll be near, not at your goal. Before you can pass through the spot, you'll have to fight the Titanic ant. The huge ant is flanked by two smaller black Antoids, but they'll waste their PSI power by casting life up, even if they don't need it. By now, Ness should have the drill PSI power? What's the drill PSI power? Use it before the ants can put up a shield. Then keep bashing away until you squash the Titanic bug. Only when you've defeated the ants will you be able to pass through the doorway with the giant step itself. Is drill PSI the PK Rockin'? Because the image shows PK Power Alpha, which is their version of PK Rockin'. Soundstone, the stone that Buzz gave Ness before it traveled off to the big bug zone in the sky, is a memory stone of sorts. When you reach sanctuary, such as the giant step, it will record the sound you hear there, so you can play it back at any time later. Exit the cave after defeating the Titanic ant, walk to the big footprint and the Soundstone. Walk to the big footprint and the Soundstone. You will hear a special melody. As you listen to it, the Soundstone will record it. You will collect several other sounds on your journey. Okay, enemies, Pokopunk. This guy is pretty important in the manga. There are several Pokopunks loitering on the streets, and they don't like it when you get in their way. Steer clear or prepare for a fight. Yes Man Jr. The Yes Man Jr. swing mean hoops. They're part of the Sharks gang, and they tend to hang with other members of the gang. You're in for a brawl. Skate Punk. The Skate Punks are also sharks, and like the other gang members, they're always willing for fights. Fight them to build experience so you'll be ready for Frank. They don't actually say how much experience the enemies give, but that's alright. Black Antoids. When you venture into the caves, you'll have the displeasure of meeting the Black Antoids. They're small, quick, and they attack in teams. Frankie's team. When you defeat Frank, you may think that you brought peace to Annette. Think again. Frank has a surprise in store for you. It's his robotic body, Frankenstein. Not really a body, it's more of a armor tank. Policeman on guard. Let me drink again. Policeman on guard. After you defeat the Titanic ant, the enemies that attacked you on your way will flee from you as you work your way to the exit. Once you reach the exit, though, you'll be in big trouble. An officer will be there waiting for you, and he'll order you to go to the police station. Focus, Frank is reformed. Perhaps he's trying to make up for all the trouble he was earlier. Whatever the reason, Frank appears to have changed his ways. Instead of attacking you, Frank will now help you out when you approach him. In the yard behind the arcade. Step up and have your energy refilled whenever it begins to run low. That's fabulous, Frankie. Okay, of the officers. Before you follow the policeman's orders and go to the police station, call Ness's father and spend the night at the hotel. Stock up on supplies and be sure that you have powerful tools equipped. Then enter the station and talk to the Captain Strong. You will immediately be escorted to the room that was empty when you visited the station earlier. Captain Strong challenges you to fight his meanest officers. His 5 meanest officers, and he won't give you much choice in the matter. One by one, he'll give you a pounding. If you survive the fight against the officers, Captain Strong himself will challenge you. Keep Ness's energy up and try to outlast him. In the end, beating the captain is your ticket out of town. Ticket to Tucson. When you defeat Captain Strong, he'll use his radio to call ahead to the officers who are guarding Annette's south exit. Now when you go to that exit, the officers will stand aside and let you pass, but before you do, stock up on supplies and stay at the hotel. Afterwards, head south to the village of Tucson. Alright. Enemies. Oh, these two don't have play models. And there's an exit mouse. On your way to Tucson, stop at the little house by the side of the road and talk to Ma Mouse. If you have an opening, she'll persuade you to take one of her little ones along with you. Later, if you're stuck in a maze of some kind, the exit mouse will find the quickest way out. The little rodent really is handy to have along, so don't miss out. Go outside and drop something if you have to, in order to free a place in your inventory. After you enlist the aid of the exit mouse, continue on the path to Tucson. There is one gift box to find along the way, but there are several mushrooms to avoid on the twisty paths. At one point, the path will duck into some trees. Don't worry, you won't be attacked while you're in the dark. When you come out, you'll be safely in Tucson territory. Talk to the mole hanging out near the forest exit to find out about some of the enemies in town. If you've been infested with fungi on the journey, make the hospital your first stop. The man in the lobby there can cure what ails you, but actually getting to the hospital in your confused state can be a challenge. Yeah, the mushroom status is very annoying. Give me a sec. Okay, Rocket Cup. Before you head out of town, you'll have a showdown with 5 of Annette's finest. Before you set foot in the police station, be sure to stock up on supplies. Captain Strong, after you take out all of his henchmen, you'll come face to face with the wily captain himself. Strong is what his name implies, so keep your energy up. Rowdy Mouse. The mice in the cave sometimes attack in a pack. Sometimes attack solo. It doesn't matter how they mount their offensives, though. They're mean. Attack slugs. I love them. Look at them. Funny. Slow-moving slugs usually attack in packs. They don't pack much of a punch, but they can be dangerous just because of their numbers. Use a PSI attack. And Titanic Ant. The first major enemy you'll encounter on this journey is the Titanic Ant. To sink it, you'll have to use both PSI attacks and regular bash attacks. So that's like, if you count Frankie and Frankenstein as just one thing, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 bosses just before leaving the first stop. Okay. Let's drink a bit of water again. The winter's music is so good. Okay, Tucson Tribune, June 6, 1990X. Missing girl rescued from cult. A local teenager was rescued yesterday from the clutches of the Happy Village cult by a heroic youth named Ness. The Happy cult, led by Mr. Carpenter, has been active in Tucson and the Happy Valley, where cult members have painted the town blue. Paula, the daughter of the owner of the Pole Star Daycare, was abducted several days ago in Tucson by Happy cult sympathizer. The girl used her remarkable telepathic abilities to lead Ness to the location where she was being held prisoner. Once Ness reached Happy Happy Village, he searched the cult hall and reportedly fought several Happiest before reaching Carpenter's shrine. The cult leader was unwilling to hand over the keys for Paula's prison cell to Ness. When Ness then battled the false prophet and won the key, releasing Paula soon thereafter. When the two young heroes returned to Tucson, there was great rejoicing. Happy Village, happy once more. With the humiliating defeat of Mr. Carpenter at the hands of Ness, most of the cultists who had moved to this once peaceful town have suddenly lost faith. Work has already begun on the renewal of the town, which was painted entirely blue by the fanatic followers of Carpenter. Inventive Kids. Tucson's renowned inventor, the Apple Kid, revealed today that he is working on his next great invention, zombie paper. The pencil eraser was a challenge, but this zombie trap is even more difficult. But why do they show Orange Kid's house? Runaway 5 tour leaves Tucson. After an extended stay of several months in Tucson, the famous blues group, the Runaway 5, is set to leave town. Owners of the theater where the group had been performing said that the Five had owed them money, but that a mysterious benefactor paid off the debt of $10,000. Meager Living Farm. At the Meager Living Farm, you won't get milked. In fact, you can stay free overnight. Just look for the friendly cow outside. This crazy old guy will let you stay for free. Windfall. The youth from Annette, whose self-proclaimed mission to save the earth brought him to Tucson, today received $10,000 from a reformed hoodlum in Bergland Park. The money was given to Ness with no strings attached, yet small unmarked bills. Ness revealed that he knew exactly where he was going with the money, to the theater. I love all those NPC and enemy models, they're so good. Travel and shopping guide, Tucson. Sunny streets and a year-round mild climate beckon travelers to Tucson. There is plenty of entertainment in town and nearby. It's a town that should be on everyone's itinerary. Don't miss it. Population 3,711. Dogs 1. Why only 1? Average temperature 72 Fahrenheit. Vendors in Park 10. Mushrooms 15. Those mushrooms. Oh. They're colored properly here. Okay, congenial customs. The people of Tucson are especially congenial and will tell you all about their fair city if you ask them to. Talk to everyone you run into and find out everything of interest happening while you're there. Shop the flea market. Don't miss the flea market in Bergland Park. You'll find all sorts of curiosities for sale there. Some of them very rare and valuable. It's open daily during daylight hours. The park is a popular gathering spot for locals to catch the Runaway 5 in concert. The famed Runaway 5 appear in concert nightly at the Chaos Theater. Tickets sell out fast, so buy early. Gateway to peaceful Rest Valley. Although there is plenty to do in town, Tucson is also known as the Gateway to Peaceful Valley, a beautiful site east of town. Its unusual inhabitants include little UFOs and spinning robots. Interesting sights on their own. A pleasant stream runs through the valley, which is a great place to hunt for wild mushrooms. Wasn't there also bears there? Tucson, with both a flea market and an indoor mall. Tucson is a bustling marketplace where goods of all kinds can be bought and sold. Its thriving economy draws traders in, and its lively nightlife keeps them well entertained. Thrift shop. Okay. Good old Apple kid. Try a bike. When you first get to town, go to the bicycle shop. That's right next to the Hotel Tucson. The manager of the shop is very friendly, and he's generous too. He'll offer to let you use one of his bikes as long as you don't try to ride double on it. It's it's faster than walking, so give it a try. Tucson department store, burger shop, bakery, drugstore. It sells teddy bears. Teddy bears are so useful. 3 for you. Welcome. That's a big guide. It's a kind of big, like I'm at page 31 out of 135. I've been reading for over an hour. Calling it big is kind of an understatement, I feel. Blue buddies. There are some strange and unhappy bad guys wandering the streets of Tucson. You can quickly identify them by their blue faces, so if you see them coming, either steer clear or prepare to fight. You'll run into more of the baddies' buddies when you travel to Happy Village. Bergland Park. Cookie, can I choose? A cup of coffee. The taste of Tucson hot sauce. $3. Is that the same in my is up there? It is, but they look so different. Okay. Strange dreams at Hotel Tucson. When Ness bunks at Hotel Tucson, he has a strange dream that will haunt him every time he stays. In his dream, he hears a girl calling out to him for help. The weird thing is that he doesn't even know the girl. He can tell that she's in trouble though, and it puzzles him. The longer he stays in town after first hearing the message, the more frantic he becomes to find out about the mystery girl. As he wanders around town, he learns about a girl missing from town. Her name is Paula, just like the girl in the dream, and she's beloved by the kids at the Polestar preschool. Although Paula's father suspects that Mr. Everdred had something to do with Paula's disappearance, there is no evidence to prove that he did. All Ness knows at this point is that he needs to get to the bottom of things. Watch for wild shrooms, yeah. Whilst walking around town, you might be attacked by evil mushrooms. Fall victim to their spore attack, you'll know it, because the mushroom will begin to grow out of Ness's head, and you'll lose control of him. Get to a hospital as quickly as you can and have the healer there remove the mushroom. He'll even pay you for letting him keep the fungus. Polestar Preschool. When you visit the Polestar Preschool, you'll hear the bad news about Paula. She's missing and the kids are really sad. You'll go upstairs to her room and open the gift box. There, you'll find a teddy bear. Take it with you when you head through the caves east of town. It will absorb a lot of damage for you. Try traveling to Treed. You go to the bus station, check the schedule. A bus will arrive and load passengers bound for Treed. You won't be getting out of town so easily though. When you reach the tunnel between Tucson and Treed, the bus will turn around. Yeah, the ghost mysteriously turns the truck around. Oh man, these two don't have play models, that's sad. Stroll in the park. When you go for a stroll in the park, you'll be attacked by Mr. Everdread, who will pounce from the roof of his house. If you're well supplied, you should have little troubles defeating him. When you do, he'll apologize for his bad manners. He'll explain that Paula is about to be sacrificed in Happy Village. Two inventors in this town. There are two inventors vying for benefactors here, and you probably can't afford to donate funds to both of them. Which would it be? The Orange Kid runs an ether operation, but that doesn't mean he'll produce the inventions you'll need. Put your money on the Apple Kid. The girls on the street there are all gaga over the Orange Kid, but they think that the Apple Kid is gross. So much for them. That just leaves the Apple Kid more time for inventing cool stuff. Orange Kid. The girls are crazy about the Orange Kid. And he runs an organized operation. Even if you give him the money to finance his studies, though, he won't come through with a helpful invention. He's too hung up on Einstein's theories. Apple Kid. The Apple Kid looks like a slob and his house is a big mess. First, give him something to eat, then give him the money he asks for. Later, when you need an unusual pencil-related invention, he'll come up with it for you. Through the cave to the east. After stocking up on supplies and talking to everyone in Tucson, head east through the caves to Peaceful Rest Valley. There are lots of enemies in both the caves and valley, so it helps to have a teddy bear along to absorb some of the damage. You'll probably have to attempt the trip more than one time before you can make it all the way through the valley. Yeah, it's a really rough place. Oh, this continues from here. The bus will turn around and bring you back. It seems that the tunnel is haunted, and the bus won't go through scary places like that. After you've completed the necessary tasks in Tucson and Happy Village, you'll have to find another mode of transportation in order to get out of town. Be creative. Perhaps there are others who are eager to move on to a new town. You just might be able to hitch a ride if you do them a favor. Okay. Enemies. Mobile sprouts. The mobile sprouts spring up suddenly, and they can grow new sprouts to help them in battle. They often attack in pesky packs, yet are pretty annoying. Cranky lady. There are some people in Tucson who just can't keep their noses out of other people's business. Steer clear of them when you can. But they give so much EXP. Unassuming local guy. Although he claims to be mellow, this man had a chip on his shoulder and something to prove. He'll chase you down for a fist fight at any opportunity. And Lil UFO. Lil UFO. Little UFOs dart in and attack quickly. They're so fast that it's tough to dodge them. And they can leave you with a bad case of the sniffles. Okay. Peaceful Valley and Happy Village. All Tucson have the mushrooms on their logo. Their stamp. The trek to Peaceful Rest Valley to Happy Village is an arduous one. So be sure to take along lots of provisions and a teddy bear or two. You'll run into several little UFOs and spinning robots. You'll eat up energy when you have a cold. So use cold remedies when you get sick. The broken bridge. The first bridge you come to is broken, so you can't use it to cross the river. You'll have to find another way to continue to Happy Village. Continue heading north, avoiding as many enemies as you can as you try to find an alternate route. So you enter here. Then there's the broken bridge, so you have to go here. Somehow. I see. What's with the iron pencil? As you head north, you'll come to a strange iron pencil blocking the way. You can't walk around it, and you can't move it. You'll have to find another way to handle the obstruction. But you'll have to return to Tucson first. Fight your way back to Tucson. You probably used lots of supplies and energy getting as far as you did, but now you'll have to fight your way back through the caves to Tucson. Once there, replenish your energy by staying at the hotel. Then seek out the Apple Kid. He's not at home, so look for him in the park. That's where people seem to gather on sunny days. He has a new device for you, one that's guaranteed to work on pencil. Good old pencil eraser. Try out the pencil eraser. After replacing the supplies you used on your last foray into Peaceful Rest Valley, head for the pencil statue again. Now select the pencil eraser and use it on the statue. The amazing machine will make the statue disappear like magic. Now you can continue working your way down and around to Happy Village. Self-service shop, fresh eggs, bananas, wow. You can buy the tripod there. Enemies. Rambling evil mushroom. Evil mushrooms sneak up on unsuspecting travelers and attack them with spores. Spores which cause confusion can be removed only at hospitals. New Age retro hippie. The hippies hang out in the streets of Tucson, and his only purpose in life appears to be making the going less than easy for everybody else. Wow. Annoying old party man. It's weird that these two got their figures when these two didn't. The annoying old party man is always in a hurry when he runs into people in the street. He's in a big rush to go to do them in hurry to get out of his way. Spinning rubble. Most commonly found in Peaceful Rest Valley, spinning rubbles attack with fierce firepower. In groups of 2 or 3, they can be deadly. Yeah, there. I remember them being really strong. Save, make a donation, or save your cash. When you first reach Happy Village, a woman will rush up to you and ask to donate cash to the local tourism funds. Depending on how much you spend supplying yourself for the trip to Peaceful Rest Valley, you might be short on cash by now. At any rate, if you do make a donation, all you'll get for it will be a phony thanks and a postcard of that. Don't feel obligated to give to this cause unless you have money to burn. Raise chickens. You can make quick money by raising chickens here. Go to the self-service stand and buy fresh eggs for a few bucks. You hold on to the eggs for about a minute to hatch into a chicken. You hold on to it for a little longer, it will grow into a chicken that you can sell at the drugstore for a huge profit. So that's the use of chickens. I see. Happy happy or strange strange? The villagers speak of a leader who lives in the temple in the center of town. But he won't make time to see just anyone. The people are so insistent that they're happy that it seems odd, and they speak of mysterious rituals. When you do get inside the temple, you'll find that it's filled with insane cultists, and many of them will attack you if you approach them. It's best to come back later when you're better prepared to investigate the place. Talk to the fast-moving cultist. When you enter the temple a second time, watch how the cultists sway back and forth. You'll see some move faster than the others. Talk to the fast-swaying ones to find your way through the maze downstairs. Some of them will make you fight, but then they'll move and let you by. Don't continue without the badge. Even if you manage to work your way through the maze of cultists before you talk to Paula, don't bother to go upstairs and take on Carpenter until you've visited her in the little house north of town. You won't be able to free her without defeating Carpenter, but you won't be able to beat him until she gives you the Franklin badge. If you try to take him on first, you'll be fried by lightning bolts before you have a chance to defend yourself. It's a brutal way to go. Yeah. Okay, track Paula down. As you traveled through peaceful Rest Valley, you probably came to a place where you could see, but not reach, a little house. You can reach the house only by going through the cave to Happy Happy Village and following another cave north of town. Go there after restocking your supplies at the drugstore. When you exit the cave just above the house, you'll have to fight a couple of spiteful crows. Then you'll be able to enter the cottage. Inside you'll meet Paula and she'll explain that she has been calling you in your dreams to come rescue her. She's slated to be the happiest's next sacrifice, and she's not at all willing. You'll have to get a key from Carpenter to release her from her jail, and he won't give up without a fight. She'll give you the Franklin badge to use for protection against him. It's interesting that the Franklin badge is a big item in all three games. It's like one of the only things that in all three games. I guess it's in the first and second game, and Mr. Saturns are in the second and third game. Flying Man is also in the first and second game. But aside from the Franklin badge, I can't really think of what's in the first and third game. Hello, Big Chungus, welcome. Okay. Carpenter commands lightning, but the Franklin badge reflects it. When he calls down a high voltage bolt, use the badge to reflect it right back at him. He can't take but a couple doses of his own medicine, so once you have the badge, defeat him will be easy. Rescue Paula. As soon as you cinch Carpenter, you'll cuff up the jail key with little protest. Take it back to Paula's cell. She'll grab her teddy bear and say good riddance to jail. The bear will absorb equipment until you can equip Paula. And I believe that's why there's a lot of spiteful crows right outside our room. They are low-level enemies, so it's good to level her up a little before going to these big guys. Territorial oaks are trouble. Attack with weapons or spell until they burst into flame. Yeah, when they die, they just burst into flame and damage everyone. Mole playing rough. The mole's playing rough. generally hang around in caves, where their vision is an advantage. Attack them aggressively. Carpenter. There's no telling what pushed Carpenter off the deep end, but he has painted everything blue and started a twisted cult. Mr. Batty. Attack bats hang out in caves around Happy Village. Try to attack them before they take flight. Do they not show? Oh, there they are, okay. Okay. Lilliputian footprints. After Paula joins Ness, return to Happy Village. With Carpenter in disgrace and the villagers no longer under his power, the village is once again a pleasant place to live. The villagers have repainted the buildings and you won't see anything blue around here again. When you talk to them now, they'll have new messages for you. One of them mentions tiny footsteps to the east. You should equip Paula with tools as soon as possible, then enter the caves to the east and go investigate tiny steps. Paula will gain experience quickly as you explore. Tough progress. It will be tough going inside the caves, and Paula won't be up to the challenge until she gains some experience. Exit often to save your progress and stay at the hotel to re-energize. You'll need to have Paula strong enough to help you out when you meet the Mondo Mole. Shining spot. Finally, after a difficult trek through the caves, you'll come to a shining spot at the cave exit. Guarding the exit is the Mondo Mole. A challenging foe, to be sure. Be prepared to unleash your PSI power when you go toe to toe. And tiny steps left by tiny toes. After you manage to manhandle the Mondo Mole, exit the cave and check out the tiny footprints. When you do, you'll hear the second sound. Be sure to use your soundstone to recover it before you go back through the caves and return to Happy Village. Alright. Paula's profile. When you check Paula's status screen, you'll see that although she can't use healing powers yet, she does have some attack abilities, and of course, she does come equipped with her own personal teddy bear. Take Paula back to preschool. When you return to Tucson, make Paula start preschool one of your first stops. Paula's parents are worried sick, and the kids have missed her too. They'll all be very relieved to find that she's alright. After all, she will explain that she's going to be helping Ness for a while, and when you leave the building, one of Everdread's men will be waiting. Meet with Mr. Everdread. Everdread had wanted to offer Ness a job, but he knows before he makes the offer that Ness won't take it. Instead, he simply hands over $10,000. What can two kids do with that much money? It can be their tickets out of town if they talk to the right people. Catch the Runaway 5 live. Go to the Chaos Theater and talk to a couple of guys from the Runaway 5 to get a backstage pass. Enter the club, talk to all of the patrons, go backstage to talk to the band, then take in their show. It's easy to see why they're so hot. Give away 10 grand. After the show, go to the manager and give him $10,000 you got from Mr. Everdread. That will free the Runaway 5 from their debt, and they'll be able to leave town. Ness and Paula can catch a ride on their tour bus to get to Treed. Enemies. Happiest. The happiest aren't as harmful or as happy as they might at first appear to be. Their weapons are paintbrushes, and their mission is to paint everything blue. So, their design was changed in the game, but they couldn't really change this render. They did remove the HH on the forehead by simply covering it, but they didn't add the pon to the hat. So it still looks a little suspicious. Mighty Bear. When you wake mighty bears from their hibernation, they're very grouchy. They'll chase you down and maul you if given half a chance. Mondo Mole. You've met other moles while wandering around in caves, but you've never seen one this big or brutal. Use PSI power to both attack and heal, and try to keep Pola in the pink until the end of the skirmish. It might take a couple tries to topple him. Alright, now we're going to treat with the Runaway 5. Yeah, let me grab some water again. Okay. Treat Journal. Zombies stuck on Treed. Treed citizens gathered at the circus tent today to bemoan the continuing condition of zombie infestation that has befallen the city. A young adventurer named Ness and his friend Paula have indicated that they are willing to challenge Belch, who is the acknowledged master of the zombies. Zombie experts suggest that Ness and Paula would have to obtain some fly honey to use against Belch. And the only source of fly honey in Treat is said to be in the evil tent south of town. In a surprising development, the Apple Kid from Tucson sent a marvelous new invention, zombie paper, which is used to capture unwary undead. It is thought that the zombie paper will allow Ness and Paula to take the underground road that leads to Belch's secret base near Saturn Valley. We're getting to them. Give me a second. Secret base discovered. The journal has received an exclusive on the progress of Ness, Paula, and Jeff as they search for Belch. After a brief stay in Saturn Valley, the three heroes moved north to the Grapefruit Falls. Under the falls, they used the password and waited for 3 minutes until the door opened. Sunshine returns. After weeks of dense cloud cover, Sunshine returned to Treat today. Dr. Freitag of the Treat Academy suggested that the change had something to do with Ness's mission. These giant sprouts have been soaking up all the light, explained Dr. Freitag. Flying saucer crashes in graveyard. The city buzzed today when a UFO appeared in the sky over Treat, then took a swan dive into the graveyard. Eyewitnesses watched the silvery craft wobbling in circle above the city, as if searching for something. Shortly after the crash, the young heroes Ness and Paula appeared in company of a young man named Jeff. After defeating the evil tent, the trio used zombie paper in the circus tent. Hot spring pollution. The famous hot springs in Saturn Valley are suddenly giving up a disgusting odor, according to Mr. Saturn. The vile aroma began shortly after Ness, Paula, and Jeff returned from defeating Belch. That's not good. Alright, travel and shopping guide Treat. Treat was once called the fun capital of the world because it is home to the famous Treat Circus. More recently, however, the city's fortunes have dipped due to an incursion of zombies. You may find the city less accommodating than in previous years. Fast facts. Population 1500, zombies 2000, temperature 62 degrees. Rainfall 56 inches, that's so lot. Pumpkin patches 12, graveyards 2, dogs 2, lions, tigers, bears 0. Wow. Okay, the clouds of Creed. One of the great meteorological mysteries of our age can be found in the overcast skies of Creed. Although the city is located near the dusty dune desert, where the intense sunlight can cause severe tan lines, Creed itself languishes under a gloomy cap of clouds. Scientists from around the world have studied the phenomenon, but so far no reason can be found for the mysterious presence of the cumulonimbus. Even stranger is the fact that Creed was once a sunny resort city before the changing weather patterns and influx of undead inhabitants. Graveyard tour. History buffs, mediums, and occultists of all types won't want to miss the graveyard tour in Creed. Does it say? Both cemeteries in town remain open to the public through the year. Self-guided tours only may be subject to zombie attack. Southern Valley. The Southern Valley is home to an unusual race of people known collectively as Mr. Saturn. In recent time, the journey to Southern Valley has become dangerous and difficult. Only the most adventurous travelers will want to make this side trip. Grapefruit Falls. After the thundering waters of Grapefruit Falls cascade into the Long Lake. Intrepid travelers will find a secret road beyond the graveyard in Creed that leads to this watery region. They should be aware of the many dangers found here, including a foul-smelling monster. Milky Well, one of the colorful legends of this region concerns the place called the Milky Well, where unusual sounds emanate from the ground itself. Today, visitors can record the sound music and take it home with them. Creed. Visitors to Creed can enjoy fine shopping, dining, and accommodations, but the once inviting town has recently become a magnet for zombies, a fact that may keep some tourists away from the city. In its prime, Creed boasted one of the finest circuses to be found anywhere, and a sunny climate all year long. Arms dealer. Meet me behind the pizza shop for a deal you can't refuse. Flare gun, ball, rocket, bomb. Rust promoter. Just casually buying bombs behind the pizza parlor. Treat Drug Emporium. That sounds, Okay. Bus service. The only way for visitors to arrive to Creed these days is by bus, and the only bus that can make the trip through the unhaunted Tucson Tree Tunnel is owned by a blues band called the Runaway Five. For a hefty fee of $10,000, however, you can hitch a lift with the 5 to begin your nightmare vacation. The trouble with Treed. Treed's current civic difficulties can be traced back to the famous meteorite crash in Onnet. About that time, a hideous being known as Belch began attracting zombies to the Treed area. One of the unfortunate side effects of Belch and his minions is a vile stench that permeates Treed. The underground road. Visitors wishing to travel to the Grapefruit Falls region must first overcome a zombie guard. The zombies block the path north of the graveyard. If you use zombie paper, you can slip past them to the secret road beyond. Beware of strange women. Zombies aren't the only hazard to be found on the streets of Treed in these troubled times. Visitors have reported a suspicious woman dressed to kill and loitering outside the hotel. Those unfortunate fools who have followed her are savagely attacked by a group of thugs. Yeah, you get attacked and then you get captured and then... Winter's news. The hottest news down cold. Youth Police Dormitory. Administrative officials of Snowwood Boarding House are quietly investigating the recent disappearance of student Jeff Andonut, son of the famous scientist Dr. Andonut. All I can tell you right now is that the young man is in big trouble, commented Miss Snively, head disciplinarian. The youth has been missing since late last night. Residence directors will not comment on whether or not the disappearance was linked to cookies stolen from a dormitory room. Oh my god. Rumors persist that the student left because the school cafeteria was serving Kraut. I don't know what that is. Tessie sighted! Real. Jubilant members of the Tessie Washing Club report seeing a large dinosaur swimming in the waters of Lake Tess yesterday morning. The recent account is hotly refuted by local skeptics who refuse to believe there is any truth to the legend that the dinosaur lives beneath the surface of Lake Tess. The stories regarding the four-limbed Mesozoic era reptile have existed since the founding of Winters in 1889. People couldn't believe the Forsyth Rangers would ever win the Stanley Cup, but they did, argued an unidentified Tessie Club member. Critics of the report argue that the Tessie Washing Club experienced a group hallucination. You get a group of people camping out there in the snow, they catch hypodermia and start acting weird, commented one local pessimist. Remember when those producers filmed that rock video here last year? The stupid stuff happened. The same stupid stuff happened. You can't run around Snowy Wood wearing leather chains and a guitar. I don't know what that's reference to. Good monster. Good monster indeed. I love Tessie. It is a friend. Bad key machine invented. While technicians at Maxwell Labs refuse to confirm or deny reports of a breakthrough in locksmith technology industry, insiders hint that a revolutionary tool has been invented for opening doors. They can't tell anyone, because if they did, thieves might steal the device and use it on doors everywhere, explained Anthony Bigmouth. Detailed technical specifications for the device recently appeared on the internet. Wow! It's the key machine, page 83. Monkey linked to dinosaur sighting? An escaped laboratory monkey is believed to be linked to yesterday's sighting of Tessie the dinosaur, Both locals and experts remain puzzled over the mysterious series of events leading to the sighting of the large reptile, but speculate that the primate encouraged the beast to surface. I saw this monkey running around the drugstore earlier today, stated Tema Dinquist, local pharmacist. I yelled at him after he opened up a couple of boxes of laxatives. Somebody gave the critter some gum and he went away. The monkey was later seen following an unidentified youth into a nearby forest. The frozen north holds many secrets, including a legendary monster named Tessie, and the enigmatic structure known as Stonehenge. You won't need sunblock, but you'll need your wits and a warm coat. Population 506. Goats too? That's not true. Tessie washers 1200. Temperature 1 Fahrenheit, wind chill 22 Fahrenheit, or minus 22. And average age 13. The Wild Woods. The Wild Woods of winter welcome only the hardiest of woodsmen, like the members of the Tessie Washing Club. If you find yourself wandering alone, be prepared to meet the dangerous wild animals, including mountain goats, crows, and wild dogs. Most visitors camp out on the lakeshore south of the Snowwoods boarding school. Here, they scan the blue lake waters for any signs of the beast. The sea of the lake. The shore may be covered with snow, but the water of Lake Tess remain ice-free through the year. Many believe that hot springs deep in the lake keep it warm enough for the dinosaur known as Tessie. Enthusiasts line the northern shore, waiting for some appearance of the creature. Lake Tess. For centuries, people told the tale of Tessie, a primordial creature that swims in the lake south of winters. But not until a student from the Snowwood boarding school actually tamed the beast was there positive proof. Now visitors can ride Tessie for a modest fee and a fish. Wow. Dr. Andonut's lab. Just south of Stonehenge, travelers will find the laboratory of the famous Dr. Andonuts. This world-class scientist slash inventor works on many projects, including time travel and flying saucers. The doctor's son, Jeff, also promises to be an inventor. Until recently, I didn't realize that he's named after donuts. They're not very smart. Map he went first. That's a big map. Nice. Okay. Winters. Travelers in winter shouldn't expect the luxury accommodations found in other destinations. Apart from the Snowwood boarding school, the only other site of civilization in this forest maze are to be found in crude tents. Telepathic dreaming. While sleeping in the dorm at the Snowwood boarding school, Jeff and Donuts received a wake-up call from Paula. Unlike most long-distance calls received at the school, this call is transmitted telepathically. Jeff accepts the message at face value and begins his southward journey to rescue Paula and Ness. Snowwood's drugstore. T-Rex bat. 698. Non-stick fry pan. $1,400. That's so much. It's really funny to see those huge prices next to the cup of coffee. That's sick. Jeff and Donuts. Even at an early age, the only son of the famous scientist and inventor Dr. Donuts showed a gift for fixing machines and tools. beginning with simple tasks such as refitting his rattle with a Baron flax shaft and 125 HP twin cam engine. Jeff soon moved on to more complex gadgeteering. At the Snowwood boarding school, Jeff studied with the mechanical genius Maxwell Labs on the great fixtures of all time. Snowwood boarding school, you don't really need a map for this place. The floor plan of the Snowwood boarding school shows that students have full access to all of the school's many facilities. The dorm rooms shown at the top floor of the floor plan are used for sleeping, studying, and wrapping presents. Just outside the upper hall where students gather to discuss the legend of Desi. Downstairs, Maxwell fiddles with his unique machines like a bad key machine. The locker room is filled with useful items. One of the most common complaints of the Snowwood boarding school had to do with the inferior nature of the keys that are used to keep lockers secure. These keys, purchased from a substantial discount from Keys R U, show a marked propensity for bending. Fortunately, the students can turn to Maxwell Labs. Just for fun, however, Maxwell often gives students a bent key before he lends them his bad key machine. Wow. Alright. Enemies. Gruff Goat. This woodland creature can inflict severe damage to unwary travelers with his horns. If attacked by a goat, you should fight back fiercely and eat a cookie to restore your energy. Yeah, those guys were really brutal with your early level champ. Worthless protoplasm, that's rude. The wild strain of this protoplasm escaped from a science lab and now oozes about in the forest of winters. It is an extremely weak foe, easily mopped up. Is the dungeon shown here? Is that the dungeon? Could be from here to here, I think. Mad Duck. This waterfall's attack is worse than the quack. Although it may seem a bird-brain patty at best, this duck fights like an eagle with an attitude. Cave Boy. Cave Boy is a nasty Neanderthal with a spiked club. He looks mean, and he is mean. Use a powerful attack to send him back to the Stone Age. Very rude. Worthless protoplasm is me. Well, he is shaped like a friend after all. The South Shore. If you manage to catch a ride with Tessie to the South Shore of Lake Tess, you'll find more woods and some animals that you've already met, like the goat. Follow the path southward, defending yourself as you go. A short hike will bring you to a fascinating artifact and another amazing challenge. Iron Pencil. Travelers who have already visited Happy Village outside of Tucson may recall the Iron Pencil now on the southern path along the shore of Lake Tess. This object must remain here until later. After taking a snapshot or two, move on to the intriguing cave maze nearby. The Brick Road Maze. I love Brick Road. In fact. Okay. Brick Road Maze. One of the most famous attractions along the shore of Lake Ness is the Brick Road Maze. Constructed with minimal funds by the great dungeon designer Brickroad. Inside, visitors will find an assortment of lovely gifts. They may also encounter several less than lovely creatures who jealously guard those gifts. Do not let them deter you. Seek out all the gift boxes. The gift boxes inside the Brick Road maze have been left for those hearty explorers daring enough to hunt them down and unwrap them. The efforts will be well rewarded. The stun gun can be of great help in the dangerous areas that lie ahead. And you can never have enough bread rolls or croissant when traveling through hazardous country. The handyman. As a master of mechanical know-how, Jeff can fix up broken tools and weapons once his IQ reaches 10. At that point, Jeff will fix one item each time you stop for a rest at the hotel or spend the night at some other stop. In the morning, one item will be repaired so that Jeff or one of his friends can use it. I didn't know you needed a minimum IQ, so I would just sleep a lot and try to get the items repaired. I thought it was random. So because of that, I don't think I ever reached the baddest beam or baddest Gaia beam. It definitely had the heavy bazooka though. It was great. Yeah, very cool. Okay, Fun Cave. Oh man, more of the ones without images. Fun Cave. The Fun Cave offers travelers a chance to duck inside to escape the howling northern winds. Inside, they will find numerous specimens of the local wildlife, such as the rotten evil mushroom, rowdy mouse, and the charming deadly mouse. The lovely crystal of the far end has no hidden purpose. The biggest difficulty for most spelunkers comes just before the exit to the cave, where the rope on the ledge is out of reach. You have a monkey with you? Feed it some bubble gum and let it float up the rope. I see. Okay. Soundstone. The shining doorway won't open until Ness comes to challenge the boss. When Jeff passes through the cave, he can do nothing because he doesn't have a stone with which to record the melody. So, Arachnid! Exclamation point. Spiders may give you the creep, but any weapon attacks should squash them quickly. Elder Batty. This bat has a weakness to PSI Flash, like its weaker cousin Mr. Batty. Strong Crocodile. Like the armored frog, this reptilian villain has thick skin. Use bottle rockets and PSI attacks to punch through its defenses. And Shroom. This mutant mushroom is the muscle of this area. It is joined in battle by the regular walking mushrooms that you have already come to fear. The first two mushrooms often get help from the sportlings? Sporling? Yeah, sporlings. Monkey takes a shine. Wow. Two different angles of the same figure, that's really nice. Okay. For those of you who bring a monkey along through the cavern, be forewarned that an attractive monkey mate waits just outside. Unless you have a leash for your simian friend, which is highly doubtful, he will scamper off with his new girlfriend and leave you to find Dr. Antonot's laboratory on your own. A skirt chasing monkey. The mystery of Stonehenge. At the very center of Stonehenge, you will notice a small round hole, just large enough for them to climb into. As a general travel tip, it is usually a bad idea to climb into mysterious holes of this sort. In this case, even if you climb down the hole, you won't go far. Return later with the pencil eraser in hand. Return. I'll visit the lab. Dr. Antonot's laboratory lies just to the south of Stonehenge. Inside, the brilliant scientist works on his amazing inventions like the instant revitalizing machine, which refreshes people in a few seconds. The doctor is also developing a spherical flying machine that looks like a flying saucer. The current model takes passengers directly to Treed. Now, Treed. Dr. Antonot's amazing flying saucer, the Skyrunner, has the unfortunate side effect of crash landing. On the positive side, it tends to crash straight into the prison, where victims of local thugs are often held prisoners. UFO crash! Boom! The Skyrunner, although not technically a UFO, certainly looks like one. Citizens of Treed will scatter in panic when it arrives and begins circling the city. When Jeff and Donut crashes into the prison where Paula and Ness are being held, he dusts himself up and introduces himself. Then he uses the bad key machine to open the prison door. Alright. Why, honey? Nice to finally see the Treed enemies. My honey, rich and fruity, 100% pure. That's scary. In the fields south of town where the old circus wagons are kept, a tent may appear mysteriously. You approach the tent, be prepared for a rude awakening, because this tent is alive. True adventurers will take the risk because they can win a jar of my honey by defeating the canvas creep. The fly honey will come in handy when fighting Master Belch. Tent monster. Pretty unique. You don't fight tents often. Okay, zombie paper. I thought we already went over that. You managed to bring down the tent. The Apple Kid will give you a ring and tell you about his new invention, zombie paper. The paper acts like flypaper, but on a much more powerful scale. Zombies are attracted to the paper, then they stick to it. This is just the sort of invention that could save Treed. Using zombie paper. Once the Mac Pizza delivery man hands you the zombie paper, take the Apple Kid's advice and go to the circus tent. Use the zombie paper there, then go to the hotel for the night. During the night, you'll see the zombies gathering at the tent. In the morning, the zombies will be gone and the sun will be shining. Once the zombie paper has been laid down on the floor in the circus tent, it takes several hours for the effects to work. Returning in the morning, you should find all the local zombies stuck to the floor. Now you can proceed on your journey to the underground road north of the graveyard. Right. Enemy is Handsome. Handsome is as Handsome does, but Handsome Todd doesn't do anything handsome at all. This animated puppet will try to string you up, but he doesn't have the power. Trick or trick. Trick or trick, kid. Don't let the smile fool you. This pumpkin boy is nobody's friend. He attacks with pumpkin seed. Smelly ghost. Protected by a garbage can, the smelly ghost takes a lot of damage. You can also put up a fight. Yeah, they're annoying, and then they possess you. Stench of this enemy can bring tears to your eyes, which may make it difficult for you to fight back. An urban zombie. Although more sophisticated than your average suburban zombie, this breed is still not much of a threat in treat. I like that they look like the ones in Mother. A little bit of consistency. Okay, Underground Road. Pretty cool, there's zombie dogs in there. Underground Road. The Underground Road leads through the depths of the graveyard. Zombies, ghosts, and other foes attack all parties of tourists, no matter how cheerful they seem. Open up the 2 coffins and claim the valuable goods inside. Kip Sandwich Deluxe and the silver bracelet. Barb Jr. guards the exit with his horrible smell. Grapefruit Falls. After a pleasant stopover in Saturn Valley, set your sights on the spectacular Grapefruit Falls at the north end of the Long Lake. Visitors can actually walk beneath the cascade. There they may find the hidden base of Master Belch. Wait for a full 3 minutes after saying the password. Saturn Valley Village. 3/4 of the way up the shore, you'll discover a tunnel. Entrance to the right. Pass through the tunnel, defeating violent roaches until you emerge into a spiraling valley that leads to Saturn Valley Village. In the town, visit all the citizens and learn their stories. Stay overnight, purchase powerful weapons like the bionic slingshot, and prepare for your meeting with Belch. Hospital Itty. Some of the finest healthcare in the world can be had in the Saturn Valley. And best of all, it won't cost you a dime. The hospitality of these strange folk is unsurpassed. If you picked up a possession ghost during the trip through the Underground Road, now's your chance to get rid of it. Free medical services to all is what you can expect in the friendly Saturn Valley, but you will need money for other things. A shrewd businessman has set up shop just beyond the exit for the Underground Road. Chances are you'll need some refreshments. Okay, that's Saturn Valley itself. It feels iconic to me. What do they sell? That's interesting. Horn of Life is... I bought so many of these. Oh yeah, peanut cheese bar. I heard there's a cookbook for this game. I should try that sometime. Mr. Saturn's Wisdom. Look at those creatures, they're so good. Visit everyone to learn about your next destination, the secret base of Master Belch. One Mr. Saturn knows the secret. Go into the waterfall as far as you can, then push up. A message reads, say the password. Now wait for 3 minutes. Another message indicates when you can proceed to the base. 3 rooms at the Southern Valley Inn. Get a good night's sleep and a fresh start at the cheapest hotel in the world. There's no charge for staying at the Southern Valley Inn, no matter how many nights you stay. It's a good place, this village is great. Okay, the bell space. Master Belch has heard all about travelers who storm into places where they're not wanted. Then he set up a few obstacles in your for you. Most of the enemies look like blobs or splats of slime, but don't let that fool you. They can be very tough. The sticky slime blinds you with foul odors, making your attacks useless. When this happens, try to use your PSI powers. If you don't know which PSI power to use, just put Jeff on the job. His spy option will fill you in. Um, well, there's the iconic puppy. You'll face many of these well-rounded enemies in Belch's base, but you shouldn't have too much trouble with them. They have about as much sense as a tomato, which isn't much, and although they may gang up on you, don't panic. One shot of a PSI power like PSI Fire or Rockin' will wipe them up. You don't need drill? There's a benefit to all of this as well. You can earn valuable experience points by defeating large groups of them. Huge groups of them. Give me a second. There we go. Magic butterflies. One room at Master Belch's base has been occupied by a persistent butterfly who refuses to leave. I love that. The butterfly will give Ness and Paula a boost in PSI power every time they enter the room and capture the fluttering insect. Since the room is close to the final chamber where you have to battle Belch, be sure to make full use of it. Ness should fully restore both himself and Paula using his life up PSI powers. Once the two teens have filled up on life, restock Ness PSI points with the butterfly. You can also use this room as a base from which to explore the dungeon. Whenever Ness and Paula get low on power, return to the butterfly room and restore them to peak condition. Master Belt. I love these figures so much, they're so good. Okay. Master Belch may seem like a hideous old pile of bile, but if you know how to handle him, he's just a pile of glue. You may have noticed the production line in the lower area of the base. The yellow jars passing along the conveyor belt are in fact Master Belch's favorite food, fly honey. Fly honey is so appealing to your horrible host that he loses honey. They can use it to distract Belch in battle. Fortunately, if you defeated the tent in Treed, you found some fly honey in the garbage can after the battle. Use that at the beginning of the fight with Belch and you'll breeze through the battle without a scratch. Just use regular attacks and PSI powers to weaken the stinker until he collapses. It won't take long. That is true, but the first time I fought him I didn't think about that. I just kept attacking and it didn't work. Okay, enemies, no good fly. A few spots will quiet this buzzing annoyance. Zombie processor. The possession ghost may stay with you even though you defeated it. In later battles, the possession ghost will renew his attack. Tiny little pig. These mounds of muck emit a toxic stink that can blind even the most rugged hero. Use PSI fire. The armored frog. How dangerous can a frog be? The armored frog has amazing defenses. Use a strong PSI power or a bottle rocket to blow him away. Plain crocodile. Like the tough-skinned From above, the plain crocodile won't go down without a fight. Hit this guy hard right from the start. Uh, Escape from Belch's base. Once Belch melts into a puddle of thinking oops, you and your party of intrepid explorers will want to depart. Proceed straight ahead through the door that appears behind Belch. Beyond the tunnel, you'll find a hillside full of Mr. Saturns. Clean up your act. The battle with Belch leaves most adventurers smelling like a sewage plant. The friendly Mr. Saturns must find you terribly offensive. Give them a break. Jump into the hot springs and wash the stink away. Coffee break. Travelers who risk life and limb at every turn should relax now and then and reflect on their adventures. If a Mr. Saturn offers you a hot brew, accept it and lean back. A summary of your travels will scroll by on the screen. At the end of the message, you will be warned of the difficulties that lie ahead. Just rewards. It's time to revisit the cave full of Mr. Saturns below the shop in Saturn Valley. The Mr. Saturn who promised to give you a gift after defeating Belch will not pay up. The Mr. Saturn coin won't be used like the cash you get out of the ATM. This is special money with a special purpose. You'll also receive a cup of night doll and the stag beetle, both very useful items. I don't remember what the stag beetle does. Milky Well Hole. Meet the challenge of a horde of vegetable baddies when you enter the Milky Well. Use PSI fire and rock in to dice them. Passing out of the tunnel, you'll pop into a valley. Walk through the valley to another cave. Inside you'll find a gift box with the coin of slumber. You'll also find the trillionaire sprout. This ancient weed will choke on PSI fire attack. Beyond the sprout is the next melody for you to collect. Zombie dog. Shining spot. The trillionaire sprout has been around for long enough to learn a thing or two about survival. It is flanked by two tough mobile sprouts. These sprouts will sow seeds and multiply if you give them a chance. Your first attack should be strong enough to destroy the two smaller sprouts, so you can concentrate all of your attention on the prime pod. PSI fire and rockin' both work well. If you have bombs, use them too. A victory over this vegetable villain will allow you to access the Milky Well and its magical melody. Out of the well. Beyond the cave of the trillionaire sprout, the successful traveler will come upon a footprint with a spring spouting out of it. The power of this place is such that you may even hear the voice of your mom from far away. If you have a soundstone, you will record the melody of the Milky Well. Here comes the sun. When you return to Treat after destroying Master Bass and the trillionaire sprout, your mom, yes. The world will be a better place. Sun will shine brightly and birds will sing. You will be beloved by all, but it's time to move on to the desert. Let's read these monster bios first. Zombie dog. This mongrel chomps onto anything that moves, and sometimes its bite contains poison. Violent roach. Despite a feisty cockroach waits in the tunnels to Saturn Valley. PSI fire and freeze will send him back to the cockroach hotel. Copy. Be prepared to meet a mass of these enemies in Master Belch's base. They aren't much of a threat. In fact, most of them won't even attack you. They're funny guys. Master Belch. Belch's weakness for fly honey is legendary. After beating the 10th in trade, you'll find a jar of this stuff. Feed it to Belch right at the start of the fight. After a round or two, Belch will go nuts for the honey and forget about attacking you. Keep battling him with your strongest attacks. Alright. On to the bosses. Now that Master Belch and the zombies are no longer a hazard to driving on the roads, bus service resumes in Treat. That means you can take the bus from Treat back to Tucson or to the big city of Forsyth. Beyond the dusty dunes desert, after bedding down for a night and calling home, you'll want to get an early start for the long road. Many travelers report that the bus dumps them off in the desert due to heavy traffic problems, so you might have to spend some time out in the dunes. Alright. Give me a sec. Desert traffic snarled all day. Dusty Dune Desert news. Traffic came to a standstill yesterday as commuters jammed the desert highway between Treat and Forsyth, and several passengers were overcome by the desert heat as the cars they were riding in hinged along. A number of cars also overheated, adding to the backup that lasted well into the evening. Residents of the neighboring town renewed their calls for additional lanes on the highway. Gift boxes abandoned in desert. Ness and his companions stumbled upon several gift boxes that had apparently been abandoned in the desert. Some of the boxes contained food items which came in handy, and others held useful items that they stowed away in their backpacks. The kids also found a pair of contact lenses and they vowed to search for their owner. Reclusive scholar found living in cave. The traveling kids came upon an unusual man living in a desert cave, and when they chatted with him, he gave them a yogurt dispenser. Although the kids didn't have any immediate use for the machine, they gratefully accepted it anyway. That's such a weird place to get that. Man with a vision digs for gold. Skeptics abound, but they don't keep one man from going for gold. Literally. He has set up a digging operation on the east edge of the desert, and he's sure that he'll find gold. So far, he has found only a single diamond, which he gave to Ness. Okay, the Winterwood High School, the Petri Dish Science Club news. Science discover healthy food combinations. But for a week, you'll see, say scientists. Oh, that's pretty good. I never really managed to make good combinations of food. It doesn't seem worth it overall. Alright. So I'm out of water, which is very bad. And because of that, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's get back into this. Just doing better. Moon and sun combine for the ultimate getaway vacation when you head out to the dusty dune desert. Sun worshippers lounge beside tall palms in the tropical heat, while prospectors scratch out the living from the weathered rocks. Travelers should protect themselves from the intense sunlight by carrying wet towels. Fast fact: population 5. Oh, I love the music of that place. The one we're hearing right now. It's very otherworldly. Okay. Temperature 99 degree Fahrenheit. Rainfall 0 inches. Sunblock 50 SPF. Graveyards 2. Cacti 2,000,001. Did they intend to make the graveyards too, or is it a holdover from the previous one? I wonder. Diamonds in the sun. At the far eastern edge of the desert, tourists may stumble across a mine and its starving owner. You should always carry extra food when you travel because you might have to feed a starving miner like this one. Leave him ahead, he will be grateful. He'll be especially grateful if you like 5 moles for him. Moles, of course, are the sworn enemies of all miners. Once you have defeated the moles, return to the miner and he will give you a diamond. All this will happen after your first trip to Foresight. Suntan tour, sunbathers flock from around the world to bask in the rays of the dusty dunes desert. The burn factor here can turn a polar bear into a hairy bag of charcoal in 5 minutes. Wet towels and secret herbs protect you from sunstroke. Also keep an eye open for four-legged hazards. The dunes. Hazards, actually? I think it's hazard. The dunes. 3 brothers have decided to open a casino in the dunes, but they only have 1 slot machine and it's broken. Tourists should be careful about gambling away their dollars on this machine, although they do stand a chance of winning. I never went back there and tried to see if you could win something special. Gold mine tour. Step back in time and down the ladder. The gold mine may not have much treasure left, but you'll treasure the moment of your visit. Explore a real gold mine in the dusty dunes desert. What is this music again? I don't remember. 237. I don't know. Sounds like it's from the first game. Okay. Content tour, $180. Price includes lotion, towel, cool drink, and a Zonker's guide to tanning. Call for reservation. 555 Sun. Red dude looks like Mario, I guess so, yeah. Mario. Last Chance Drugstore. Mr. Baseball Bat, wow. Dusty Dunes Desert. A sun-splashed vacation. Head for the Dusty Dunes Desert between Treat and Forsyth. Sunbathers flock here from around the world. In spite of the horrendous traffic problems on the highway, the region seems to be virtually empty. You can stretch out and bask almost anywhere. Desert dangers. The intensity of the sun in the desert can affect travelers who aren't used to it. Bring along some wet towels to keep your party safe from sunstroke. The soak towels can be purchased at the drugstore near the highway. Secret herbs also help sunstroke victims recover, but you'll have to stock up on that medicine back in Saturn Valley. The Grizzled Miner. Get a taste of true desert life when you visit the gold mine in the eastern part of Dusty Dunes. The old miner who works the mine doesn't make much of a living. If you bring along some extra food and give it to the miner, you'll make a friend for life. Traffic problems. When you first arrive in the desert, expect traffic delays to make the highway impassable. After you travel the length of the desert, however, the traffic will clear out. Focus, watch out. If you fight the round baddies when they're in the company of other enemies, they'll explode. I see. Oh, run boob. Arms dealer of Desert Storm. Bomb, bottle rocket, roast promoter, zip gun. The gambler. Treat these two first. Enemies, run boob. This veggie villain protects its stem with PSI shield. Use weapons to attack if you notice the PSI shield is being used. Alien Edge Sprout. Rob the Sprout using a concentrated attack of PSI fire and other strong PSI attacks. Alright, those were from the previous dungeon. Well, Randall might be in the desert, I don't remember. Pretty cool desert. It's big and empty. Desert. Okay. The gambler. The three brothers hope to turn their patch of land into a casino, but they'll have to spruce up the rack. Their one-armed bandit isn't worth blood nickel. Sesame seeds. You'll have to have sharp eyes to pick out the lone sesame seeds from the grains of sand. Two seeds, one black and one white, have fallen in the desert. They aren't used for anything. Dusty Road to Death. One of the historical sites you may encounter on your trek through the sands is the remains of unfortunate livestock who failed to bring wet towels with them. A contact lens. Someone has lost a contact lens out in the Dusty Dunes and they want you to find it. In Foresight, you can trade the lens for some dangerous socks. Go to the second floor of the bakery in Foresight to deliver the contact lens. The foul sock can be used as a weapon. More sun sights. Keep your eyes peeled for healing people, like the sunbathers in the middle of the desert. Other strange sights include the desert monkeys who have found paradise in the dune. Yeah. Foresight Post. The Grand Grande opens to fevered shoppers. Foresight's premier shopping emporium reopens its doors today amid speculations that the interior lighting is susceptible to blackouts. Department managers through the four-story monument to consumerism in downtown Forsyth commented that they expect record-setting crowds. Monopoly support fades as crime spree spreads. Forsyth Mayor Hildegard Monopoly rejected criticism that his administration has aided and abetted the criminal elements in the city. It's simply preposterous, blustered the mayor. Under my leadership, there has been an increase in public awareness of crimes, that's all. We've brought crime out from the back alleys into the daylight where it belongs. Critics maintain that Monopoly operates numerous illegitimate businesses from his office tower. Dinosaur reported in Mysterious East. The local dinosaur has reportedly received fresh dinosaur bones delivered from the Scaraba area. Proof of this was obtained when the curator opened a new restaurant that served ribs measuring 12 feet in length. Wow. Dinosaur ribs. Tucson thief finds dead end alley. Convicted thief All Everdread from Tucson was discovered battered in the alley beside Jackie's Cafe. One witness reported that the man was woozy yet rude. He called Mayor Monopoly a thief, reported Misty Olsen. Can you imagine? Rare statue of pure evil reported missing. A rare golden statue said to be the embodiment of concentrated evil was reportedly lost in Forsyth. Experts believe that the statue may cause unusual phenomena. We may experience a reversal in normal events, explained Dr. Hildebrand Bell. Pigs may fly. It should be quite exciting. The ancient statue of Many Many was last seen in the possession of Mayor Monopoly. Complaints mount over butterfingered couriers. Continuing complaints saying that Escargot Express Inc. may lead to a general boycott of the specialized delivery firm. Courier Don Yon was indifferent to the accusation of his gratuitous carelessness, so I dropped the priceless package down a gopher hole. Hey, they should have insured it. UFO spotted over Forsyth. Dozens of citizens reported seeing an unidentified flying object in the skies above Forsyth. According to some witnesses, the round flying saucer-shaped vehicle wobbled across the sky as if it was attached to a wire. It looked like one of them movie spaceships, said eyewitness P. Munson. Others reported seeing a weather balloon, swamp gas, or a duck. Travel and shopping guide Forsyth. Pretty big city. Where's the map? Yeah, look at that. It's big yet it feels empty. Okay. If you're traveling in Eagle Land and would like to spend a night on the town, Forsyth is the best place to go. This major urban metropolis boasts skyscrapers, theaters, hotels, department stores, parks, and museums like any of the world's great cities. Fast facts: population 313,003. Average rainfall 32 inches. Average income $59,000. Major industries: finance. Parks 10. Wow. Okay. The Topola Theater. The Topola Theater in downtown Forsyth features many of the top acts now touring the country, including favorites such as the Runaway Five. Nightly shows cost $30, and special guests are welcomed backstage. before the show. Like many of the big attractions in Forsyth, Topola belongs to Monopoly Enterprises. New York in Eagle Land. Forsyth has often been compared to the Big Apple, New York City. The similarities are striking, from the towering skyscrapers to the constant bustle of the streets. Some visitors quickly noted some less favorable comparisons, like the presence of shady businessmen and politicians in Forsyth. But this steamy side of the city won't stand in the way of most tourists. Having a wonderful stay in the Big Banana, as it is fondly known to its inhabitants. They also have a major rat problem. First class shopping in Forsyth. Forsyth offers a casual or serious shopper a wealth of possibilities, from the food arcades near the lake to the towering Grand department store. The Grand, although temporarily closed from time to time, the Grand although has a wide selection of goods. Dinosaur Museum. You'll always find an academic researcher inside willing to answer your question when you visit the Dinosaur Museum. Bones that seem surprisingly fresh have recently turned up near Scaraba and have been brought to the museum to be put on display. Forsyth City. A city the size of Forsyth can't be thoroughly explored in a single visit. On your first visit, it's recommended that you talk to the local people and visit the smaller businesses like the bakery. Be sure to take in the show at the Topola. The face of danger. Many visitors to big cities like Forsyth hear all about the crimes and they become alarmed, suspecting the worst from everyone on the street. Don't fall into this trap. Dangerous people can be recognized by their strange faces, which often look pale green. Bakery, they got the skip sandwich deluxe. Street salesman, broken cat shell, broken around defense spray rust promoter. Alright. Live at the Topola. The Runaway 5 with Venus. Held over for the third straight week, the Runaway 5 can't seem to run away from Forsyth. Admission just $30. The Runaway 5 can't. Quality acts like the Runaway 5 often find themselves the victims of unscrupulous managers and theater agents. This popular group first made the headlines in Tucson, where a theater manager was blackmailing the group. Now in Forsyth, the 5 find themselves in an even worse predicament. Instead of owing $10,000, they seem to be in debt for $1 million. It may not be as easy for a good Samaritan to help them out this time. Why do they owe that much again? I forget. There's gold in them dunes. After scoping out the city, you might find that you need to return to the desert, taking with you a pair of dirty socks for good measures. If this seems like a good course of action to you, head to the lower left area of Forsyth and wait for the bus to Tucson. The bus will drop you off in the desert if you wish. Right. Desert gold mine. Oh, this place is terrible. Kind of a mess. You have to find 5 moles in there. The third strongest mole. The mole mines. 5 giant moles have hampered the miners' excavations in the gold mine for too long. You think you can help him walk down into the mine and search out the mighty moles. using the handy map shown above. Fortunately, you won't find many foes apart from the moles. Use PSI flash against the moles. Exit mouse. The mines twist and turn as they burrow deep into the desert rock. But you don't have to worry about getting lost in the depth if you bring an exit mouse with you. The exit mouse will instantly whisk you away to the entrance of the mine. While Scorpion, Criminal Caterpillar, and Smiling Sphere don't have. Oh. Okay. No more moles. Defeat the 5 moles and return to the miner. In gratitude for the daring feat of mole extermination, the miner will drop a valuable diamond. If he had half a notion just how valuable the diamond is, he probably wouldn't give up the rock. You can return to Foresight once you have the ice in hand. Where should you go with a valuable gem? The big city, of course, Foresight. A platinum performance. How much would it cost to buy a world-class act like the Runaway 5? A cool $1 million. That's how much. Luckily, you picked up the diamond in the desert, and it just so happened to be worth $1 million. Pay off the manager in the Topola Theater, and the Runaway 5 will be eternally grateful. The grand opening. Travelers who return from the desert will often find the fabulous grand department store open and ready for business. And the towering edifice on the east side of town features products for every conceivable purpose. Every floor is filled with specialty the departments including food items, condiments, tools, weapons. There's even a sports and toys department where you can load up on teddy bears, baseball bats, and yo-yos. Explore all 4 floors of the department store to find the best buys on some great merchandise. Don't miss the arms merchant in the storeroom. After seeing everything and talking to everyone, the lights may go out in the store. This means that you've been shopping too long. It also means something more menacing. When the lights go out in the big city, anything can happen. Unwary tourists may find themselves snatched away from their friends and family. And then the enemies, Scorpion. Like many denizens of the desert, the Scorpion can't abide PSI thunder and freeze. Criminal Caterpillar, this Caterpillar won't bug you, just bop him. Did I even fight any of these? Violent Sphere. If other enemies are present when you attack this guy, expect him to blow up in your face and cause the great pain and suffering. Cute little UFO. This tiny extraterrestrial visitors buzz annoyingly about firing beams that will give you a nasty cold. Crested Buka. I love those. This odd-looking beast from the Dusty Dunes desert presents a serious threat. Use hypnosis to slow it down, then finish it with regular attacks. And Bad Buffalo. The buffalo charges with lowered horns and can cause a lot of damage. Use PSI paralysis to stop him in his tracks. Store directory. I don't like this image. Hyper bomb, bomb, super bomb, bottle rocket, super bottle rocket. That's a good shot. Okay, just the facts. The best place to start searching for a missing person in Foresight is the cafe in the northwest quarter. That's where the locals hang out, get wired on coffee and gossip. It seems that Monotoli, the mayor and kingpin of Forsyth, often hangs out here too. While talking to the patrons of the cafe, you may hear a disturbance outside. It's probably because someone has been found lying in the alley outside. Give some food to the scuzzy guy on the right and you'll be able to reach the downed man. Talk to him to see what happened. Lost and found. After exploring the entire department store, you'll eventually decide to move on and head to the front door. But only as you cross the foyer, the lights go out, and before you can say, "Take me to your leader," a green alien with waving tentacles scurries across the floor, grabs Paula, and vanishes with her. What terrible luck. The next thing you know, the intercom gives you direction to visit the office on the 4th floor. Expect to be attacked by some gift boxes on the way up. The green alien waits for you on the 4th floor office. So you defeat the alien, you'll get a hint about Monotoli. Newsman, that's also in the first game. Desert Coil Snake. Alright, 3 hours in, I'm halfway through the book, finally. Page 69 out of 135. Talk to Everdread. The last time you met Everdread was in Berglund Park in Tucson. It seems that Everdread stole Carpenter's Many statue after you whacked Carpenter. He wanted to sell the statue to the city, but Monotoli stole it from him. Go back to the cafe and check for a hidden secret at the wall behind the counter. Oh, Moonside. The truth about Moonside. Moonside may seem like a dark and dangerous place, and it is, but it is also a dimensional representation of Forsyth in which everything is backwards. Beware of lurking enemies if you stumble into this netherworld, and beware of questions. Not even language remains unchanged in Moonside. Yes means no and no means yes in the local dialect. Travelers to this X dimension will also find warps that carry them from one area to another. Look for the warp man to send you on your way. Now these enemies. Newsman. This bad braid, this line of terror isn't as much of a pain in the neck as it seems. Use PSI fire to unravel its attack. Desert Wolf. This lone Lobo attacks ferociously, but you can stun him with Paralyze. Desert Coil Snake. These reptiles slither into the picture one at a time. They are nothing to worry about. Guardian Digger. The moles in the gold mine use PSI shield to protect themselves, but you can attack with freeze and flash. Mad Taxi. Although you might not run into this careening car in Forsyth, it will be trying to run into you. Slow it down using PSI Paralyze. And Crazed Sign. The sinister signpost won't give you any warning before it attacks. Be prepared with your Paralyze or Sleep PSI powers. Wrong sign. Moonside. Hello. And goodbye. The darker side of the city appears when you explore the back wall of Jackie's Cafe. Suddenly you're in another dimension where nothing is what it seems. Even the language spoken in Moonside seems strange and the enemies are twisted nightmares. It looks great though. I love Neon aesthetic. Warpman. Look for a mysterious character, the Warpman. You want to explore all the inside. When you step up to him, expect to be transported to a separate part of the neon-lit city. He takes on different appearances in different places. Each Warpman sends you to a different location. The Invisible Man. When you make the full circuit of warp in Moonside, your final stop before ending in the hotel is in a room with doors. Without doors. There you will find a shadowy invisible man who will join your party. He is the gold-toothed man who is your ticket to pass the man guarding the many statue. You're the man whose eyebrows are connected and who has a gold tooth. Alright, the statue of Mani. Carpenter's Mani statue radiates evil power. If you manage to reach the icon, use a regular attack. If you picked up a super bomb in the grand department store, use it to end the battle quickly. You'll return to Foresight from the illusory world of Moonside after shattering the statue. The nightmare is over. When you exit the warehouse with the remains of the Mani statue, you'll reappear in Jackie's cafe in Foresight, back where you started. The Apple Kid will be calling you with the news of a new invention, the gourmet yogurt machine. This device may help you find a missing companion. Didn't you already have a yogurt machine? Another desert vacation. After your adventures on the dark side of town in Moonside, you'll probably want to spend some time in the sun. What better place to go than the Dusty Dunes Desert? There you might find it interesting to descend into the spiritual world of Tararama beneath the burning sand. The monkey will suggest that you visit the guru. Alright, now these enemies, I love them. Gigantic ant. This is a descent ant of the Titanic ant. Watch out for poison attacks. PSI free should put a chill on it. Annoying revolver. He may look pretty potted, but this obnoxious drunk sobers up in battle. Use a regular attack. Scalding coffee. A cup of coffee in the department store may be a real grind. Don't let it splash. This thing hurts so much when it does splash. Something interesting about the scalding coffee is there are pre-release screenshots where it doesn't have the splash. It's just a cup. Mystical record. Put the spin on these discs with strong attacks and PSI power attacks, such as fire that inflict damage. Musica. This bad bass guitar may strike a chord with some, but it wants to settle a score with you. The Franklin badge reflects music as attack notes. It's good. It's an electric guitar after all. Tararama's Cave. Visitors to the desert cave must work their way through the complex maze where monkeys guard dozens of passages. You'll have to trade items found in the cave to the monkeys in order to pass through the door. Bring a picnic lunch and skip sandwich with you. This cave was really annoying. Yogurt machine. The missing trout yogurt machine waits for those who struggle. Take it back to Foresight and give it to the maze. So do you find 3 yogurt machines total? That's strange. Is it just noises now? Yeah. Okay, there's some interesting noises. Okay. So next is teleporting. Oh yeah, teleporting is very good. The guru and his monkey in the cave will teach you the power of teleporting between 2 locations in the blink of an eye. To activate PSI teleport, you'll need about a screen and a half in a straight line for you to get a running start. Okay. Let's start this music again. First loop. The Monopoly building. Go to the Monopoly building in Foresight if you have a missing friend. It will be even better if you have a yogurt dispenser, since the maid will help you out if you give her the machine. Give the maid the dispenser outside, then go inside and ride the elevator to the 40th floor. Monopoly's maid. Before going into the desert. What a friend. A maid shows up and lets you know that you need flavored yogurt. When you return with the Apple Kids machine, seek her out. Okay, enemies. Enraged fire plug. So they're not showing the Dali's clock in this? Or maybe next time they show enemies. Put out the fires in this old pump with any attack. As a fighter, the hydrant is all wet. Many. The statue puts up a better fight than Carpenter did back in Happy Village, but you should be able to beat it without difficulty. Just make sure you go into the battle fully powered up. Sentry robot. You'll find a sentry robots on the upper floors of the Monopoly building. They take about 300 HP of damage. Clumsy robot. It may look funny, but this robot won't give up. Look for some help from the Runaway 5. Plague Rat of Doom. The Plague Rat of Doom uses smash attacks frequently. Keep yourself healed and in the fight. Use your PSI fire and flash PSI power. Use your top fire and flash PSI powers. Okay, the top floor. If you help out the maid by giving her the yogurt machine, you should be able to reach the top floor of the tower. Work your way through the maze of the 40th floor of the Monopoly building, exploring every room. Porky's robot will try to stop you, but they aren't as tough as they might seem. Use your special PSI attacks and fighting attacks to cripple the robot. Run away with the Runaway 5. The Runaway 5 and the boss will be waiting downstairs at the Monopoly building. Hop on board for a quick trip back to Treat. This time you won't have to fork over $1 million for the honor of riding with the band. Skyrunner repairs. Back in the graveyard in 3 were Jeff and the Skyrunner after it crashed. Left the Skyrunner after it crashed. You'll find a couple of local kids who have painted the flying saucer. Jeff will quickly fix the broken parts and you can fly off to Dr. Andonut's lab. From there you can go to Summers. Paula's rescue. After fighting the clumsy robot, you'll pass through the door to discover Paula, who has been held captive by Mr. Monotoli. The businessman was trying to make his escape via a helicopter in a dramatic exit. Check out Mr. Monotoli's helipad. Hiding spot. Visit the monkeys at Dr. Andonut's lab. Then return to the cave where you couldn't enter before, north of Stonehenge. There now you'll meet the boss. Oh, there's the Dally's clock. Rome and get a chance to collect the Song of Rainy Circle. Rome is vulnerable to PSI fire, but he'll also take a beating from Jeff's bottle rockets and bombs. With Rome out of the way, go on to Rainy Circle and collect the melody. Rainy Circle. The fourth sanctuary area is beyond Shroom, in the small valley known as the Rainy Circle. Here a steady shower of dimples the waters of a green peaceful pond. Once you've collected the melody, walk with your sunstone and return to the lab south of Stonehenge. Friendly caveman. Dr. Andonut's caveman friend keeps a shop in his person. Before heading off to visit Shroom, say hello to the caveman and stock up on DX water and beef jerky. Summer's vacation. If you get the chance, take the Skyrunner to the sunny sandy beaches of Summers. You'll enjoy fine dining, a world-class hotel, a museum of ancient artifacts, and great surfing. Don't forget to visit the harbor and Old Town area for information and the best deals in town. Right, not for those monsters. Department store Mook. I think those Mooks are also in beginnings. After the alien hits the line and captures Paula, head to the 4th floor to fight the Green Fiend. It uses fire, freeze, and brain shock. You should use Jeff's bottle rockets. Dally's clock doesn't have its own model. Oh well. Dally's clock may look twisted, but it freezes time and stops your attacks. Use hypnosis to slow it down. Abstract art. This art may not make sense to you. It makes Ness sleepy just thinking about it. Use paralysis to knock some sense into the painting. Robopump. Why is that one's image so huge? The whispering of the Robopump comes down to an explosion. You have 3 turns to take it out before it throws a bomb. Use your special PSI attack and freeze, or attack it with your regular fighting option. Daily Summers. Fishermen celebrate the demise of the Kraken. The Kraken looks so good. After years of terrorizing both fishermen and travelers in the ocean between Summers and Scaraba, Kraken was destroyed this week by an unlikely hero, a young boy from the far-off village on it. No matter where the brave lad hails from, he's being honored by everyone who has feared to sail the seas for the past many years. Magic cake selling like, well, hot cake. The captain's wife has long been making magic cakes, and it's now the hottest selling treat on the beach. A hit with both tourists and locals alike. It is somewhat difficult to come by because of the limited supply available. World news. Prince of Dalam visits Summers. After completing the rigorous training required by his royal position, the Prince of Dalam traveled to our fair city to meet with the local hero, Ness. According to a Dalamese source, Pooh plans to travel with Ness and offer advice on some upcoming historical expeditions. A sister city citizen missing from homes. Within unexplained developments, several citizens from Winters have been reported missing from their homes in recent days, and police investigating the disappearances have no explanation for this mysterious occurrence. Anyone with possible clues asked to report immediately to the Summers Police Department. Kraken fin soup, wow. Cake praised for delicate flavor. Although she is very modest, the captain's wife says that people rave over the cake's light, velvety texture. The cake comes only in the original chocolate flavor, and she has no plans at present to add another flavor. It's to dream for. Ness, a big fan of the captain's wife's cake, claimed that he entered a dreamlike state after he savored the slice. He actually felt as though he had been transported to Dalam in a transcendental way. Yeah, he gets real high when he eats the cake. Summer and Toto. Summers and Toto. A very subtle reference. Toto is the Africa equivalent. Okay, Summers population 3,800, average temperature 88 Fahrenheit, surfers 10, convertibles 23, and fish 73,802. Total population 2,103, average temperature 83 Fahrenheit, fishermen 38, captains 1, boats 22. Sun-drenched beaches and posh resort accommodations paired with a bustling port make the village of Summers and Toto great getaway destinations. Summers is elegant but expensive, so take lots of cash and plan ahead for the vacations of a lifetime. Sightseeing tours from ports of Toto to Scaraba. Boats depart hourly from the port of Toto to Scaraba. Schedule your tour in advance. Alright. 5-star luxury on the beach. Expect elegance when you check into Hotel Summers, a beautiful full-service resort located right on the beach in the downtown area. You'll drift off to sleep, racked by the waves gently lapping on the shore, and wake to brilliant sun shining on the azure water. Deluxe tour package, 2 days, 1 night only, $10,000. Be sure to check with your local travel agent for the best deal and best time of year to travel to Summers. The Summers Travel Bureau occasionally offers special package deals that let travelers save significantly over the usual rates. Uncrowded beaches but lively atmosphere. Prepare for fun when you plan a vacation in Summers. You'll want to hit the pristine beaches early, not because they're overly crowded, but because you won't want to miss a minute on the beautiful shore. Vendors sell treats such as gelato that give you a midday pickup. Nightlife starts late at the evening and lasts until the wee hours. Outstanding view and terrific snorkeling. The views at summers are great from both above and below the water from the beach. Gaze on brilliant turquoise waters that stretch as far as the eye can see. Underwater snorkelers and divers revel in brightly colored fish of many species. A secret meeting will be held at an undisclosed time to discuss unnamed details. When secret, place the Stoic Club. Time secret, price secret. How mysterious. Okay, give me a sec. Okay. Summer's Resort. You're in for the time of your life when you make Summers your destination. If it's quiet you want, stretch out on the beach under an umbrella with a good book, or take a break from the beach and spend an afternoon taking in the exhibits in the Cultural Museum. If adventure is more your style, take advantage of any of the active water sports offered by the locals, from parasailing to scuba diving. Whatever makes your vacation memorable, you're bound to find it here. Map key, Hotel du Summer. Gelato stand, drugstore, grocery store. Skyrunner crashes on the beach. Beachcombers were surprised when an unusual helicopter-like airship crashed on the beach. Inside were Nas, Paula, and Jeff, who were traveling from Winters. They were hoping for a slightly softer landing. Pasta di Summers, Kraken soup, royal iced tea, with juice and coffee. Chef special, 298. Bon voyage, l'Hôtel du Summers. 150 per person per night. New exhibit at the Cultural Museum. Interesting artifacts are on display at the Scaraba Cultural Museum. For $3 a head, you can examine the exhibits that are currently open. Upstairs is a display of Scaraban hieroglyphs, but it's presently under construction and not open to the public. Natural Culture Museum. Step back in time to study ancient artifacts that are part of Scaraba's cultural history. Now open are exhibits of rare and fragile relics that tell us how the ancient Scarabans lived. Hours 8 a.m. 6 p.m. Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday. Okay, go to the port of Toto. When you explore the port village of Toto, to the east you'll meet a captain who tells you about his wife, who makes magic cakes. She hasn't been doing much baking lately though. She's been hanging out at the Stock Club and the captain is none too happy about that. Get a line to the club. In one of the houses near the captain's dock, you'll find a man who knows the number to the Stoic Club, an exclusive joint that won't let just anybody in. Once he gives you the telephone number, find the phone and call ahead for reservation. Use the store, phone at the store. So near the captain's dock is a store that sells supplies that are much less fancy than the ones in Summers. Grocery stores. Use the telephone there to call the Stoic Club, make your reservation, then head back down the streets to the club. Get magic cake. When you have a reservation, you can enter the club and talk to the patrons, who are all pondering important issues. One man will point out the captain's wife. We'll talk to her, see if she'll give you magic cake. Dalam today. Give me a a sec. Dynamite Prince completes rigorous training. Prince Fu returned triumphantly from the place of emptiness, where he successfully completed the final stage of his psychic training earlier this week. It was a question of mind over matter, he commented, when asked about the challenge. According to the spirits that put him to the test, Fu handled the test brilliantly and passed with flying colors. There's a prince that all Dalam can follow with pride, they stated. Franklin Bass saves lives of young travelers. The young travelers who have been the talk of the town were able to enter Southwest Cave this week by moving the rabbit statues that had long blocked the entrance. Inside, they were attacked by twin threats, Thunder and Storm. Although brave in battle and quite skilled for children their ages, they were actually saved by the Franklin badge they carried. It deflected the lightning attacks of their stormy assailants. Winter High School Weekly. Science Club News. Rare discoveries made. Although the appearances appear to be rare and completely random, tests conducted over the last several months, yeah, you will need several months, reveal that certain enemies drop valuable items when defeated. Researchers are unclear as to what makes the enemies react in the manners observed, but they've charted the discoveries below. Bionic Kraken, Legendary Bat. Starman Super Sword of Kings, yeah. I wasted hours trying to get that. Jumpo Thor, Magic Frypan. Ghost of Thorman, Goddess Ribbon. Major Psychic Cycle Star Pendant. Whirling Robo Meteoronium. And Hyper Spinning Robo Meteorite. Spiritual powers put to the test. Paula, one of the young travelers who recently passed through the region, was found to have some unusual spiritual powers, according to observers. Warm light. Paula increases the HP of her friends and falls alike with this prayer. Very subtle light. Prayer ups everyone's HP by twice as much. Dazzling light. PK flash ups everyone. Mysterious light. Strange light unblock the group. Ups everyone's PP. Golden light. The golden light maxes out one randomly chosen character's HP. Sheet lightning. One lightning strike, it causes the same damage as PK flash. Rainbow colored light. Amazing rainbow colored light brings all deceased parties back to life. Mysterious aroma. Paula's sweet smelling shower puts all parties under sleep temporarily. Thunder. When Paula's prayer calls on thunder, it strikes all parties with brain shock. Heavy air. One of Paula's prayers shrouds all parties in fog, causing their defenses to drop. I see. Dalam. The magic of the ages seems to spill from every corner of the mountain village of Dalam, which is far from the frenetic pace of the city. If you're searching for inner peace or simply looking for a getaway that's far off the beaten path, you'll want to plan a lengthy stop here. Population 1033, average temperature 70 °F, Shrines 1, Princes 1, average temper tantrums 0. Fresh, pure mountain air. A popular destination for those seeking healthful retreats. Dalam offers fresh, pure mountain air and plenty of opportunity for brisk exercise. The people lead simple lives, unconcerned with the glamour and glitz common to larger resorts. Don't expect fancy hotels or a bustling nightlife. You won't find them here. If you want to return home completely rested, this could be just the ticket for you. Psychic leader quietly pass on their skills. Renowned psychics live in peaceful anonymity in Dalam, but they willingly teach those who seek to learn, and those who have the special ability necessary to harness their inner psychic power. The greatest psychic master of them all has dedicated his life to tutoring Prince Pooh, who has slowly and steadily progressed through the many life lessons that give him the special ability to harness the power of his mind. Free Firewalk. A limited time only. Firewalks for You is offering one free introductory walk on fire to the first 50 people who respond to this ad. It's a $50 value and it's valid for a limited time only, so act now to reserve your space. Date July 4th. Place Ramak Halls. Time 7 p.m. Charge free. Experience Xanthor. You can't visit Dalam without experiencing our famous Xanthor. The 4-day experience is an adventure in relaxation. We'll send you home limp as a gruel-soaked dish rag. Guaranteed. Day 1, climb the mountain of your choice. Day 2, ponder the meaning of spam. Day 3, walk on fire without blistering. Day 4, sit motionless all day. Good for your health and your mind. Yeah. Dalam. After eating the magic cake in summers, Ness lands in a dream in the far-off land of Dalam, and the dream he lands in is not his own. He enters the persona of a young prince who is about to set out to prove that he's deserving of the Dalamese throne. The traits required include wisdom, valor, and perhaps above all, patience. Who happens in training? Who is popular in the land of Dalam, and he seems to be a hit with the ladies. He is wise and powerful, and not bad looking if you're into semi-bald guys with ponytails. The time has come, however, for him to quit pursuing the girls and start becoming a protector of the people. Pooh the Prince. Pooh has studied for nearly all of his young life to learn princely ways that will make him fit to rule in Dalam. He has become a master of the martial arts and has been schooled in the social graces befitting royalty. Now he must prove that he has the mental powers that he'll need in order to be a superior warrior and military leader. Psychic powers. After long years spent studying the power of the mind, Pooh has developed some remarkable psychic abilities that serve him well in battle. He commands the powerful attacks and recovery spells, as well as so he's handy to have around. Mirror magic. The mirror allows Pooh to take on the form of an enemy during battle. The effect casts for that battle, and the player doesn't control Pooh's attacks. Pooh effectively becomes the enemy. Okay. Pooh learns patience. When Pooh sets out for the Eastern Plateau to complete his training, he must be patient. Now his enemies and his masters will try to make him yield control of the battlefield, but he must wait and watch. After he climbs the mountain, he must sit and wait. Enemy spirits will try to trick him into returning to the palace too soon. You must battle the spirits and wait patiently for a message from his master that it is time to leave. In the rabbit cave. As he returns to the palace, Pooh will discover a mysterious cave in the southwest that is guarded by unusual rabbit statues. He can't enter it at the time, or he has no way of moving the statues. Later, when he discovers a way to clear the entrance, he should return to the cave. Time to travel. After completing his training and returning to the palace, Pooh will be instructed to leave the land of Dalam in order to help Ness's party. He will use his special PSI power to transport to Summer, where he will meet up with Ness, Paula, and Jeff. Next, the group will return to Forsyth to wrap up some unfinished business. Restaurant Dalam. Water, jar of belly sauce, and brain food lunch. The enemies, give me a sec. Overzealous Cup. Most Cups are good guys, but a few of the men in blue have agendas of their own. Stay in the shadows and out of their way to stay out of trouble. Tough guy. Summers, being a resort town and all, has lots of interesting sorts hanging out near the beach. One of the beach bums you'll meet is a guy in a Hawaiian shirt. He doesn't have anything to do other than get into trouble. Did I fight those guys? I don't remember those two. Shattered Man. When you go upstairs to read the hieroglyphs in the museum, you'll run into a really old man wrapped up in rags. He'll pop out of his coffin to attack you. When you defeat him, he'll leave behind some mummy wrap. Tangu. Playing his magic pipe, Tangu will try to mesmerize your party. Don't let him trick you. Pick a fight and put an end to the music. Kraken. When your party returns from Forsyth, you'll be able to board a ship and set sail for Scaraba. The passage won't be peaceful though. You'll have to battle Kraken, the sea beast. Back to Summers. Ness, Paula, and Jeff are back in Summers, where we left them eating magic cake on the beach. When Pooh joins them, a new chain of events, it sets a new chain of events in motion. Make tracks for the museum. The rare gem that Pooh possesses is your ticket into the room upstairs in the museum. When you give the gem to the man guarding the door, he'll let you enter, and once inside, Pooh will be able to copy the hieroglyph. The ancient writing tell of an evil invader that crosses the dimension of time. Take an upcoming call. When the party starts to leave the museum, the phone will ring. No one else appears to be eager to answer it, so pick it up. It will be Mr. Spoon, the curator of the museum in Forsyth, with some interesting news about the find he's made. Go to Forsyth to investigate. Forsyth Natural Museum. Pay the entrance fee and check out the exhibit in the Forsyth Museum of Natural History. There's a huge dinosaur on display, but it's not real. When you talk to Mr. Spoon, you'll learn he's a great admirer of Venus, the new singer in town. Catch Venus's act. Now head to the Topola Theater, buy your show ticket, and go backstage to meet Venus, the singer everyone's talking about. You ask for her autograph, she'll give it to you on a banana peel, if she's not too busy. If she claims to be too busy, you'll have other tasks to complete first. return to the Forsyth Museum. Take the autographed banana peel back to Mr. Spoon. You'll be so ecstatic to have Venus' autograph that he'll let you into the secret room that he's guarded previously. When you step inside the room, you'll see a large manhole. Go investigate the light emanating from it. I don't like this place. Meet the Plague Rat of Doom. This is no ordinary sewer. It is owned by the Plague Rat of Doom, a huge rodent with an extremely bad attitude. Everything down here reeks, from the stinky ghosts that inhabit the trash cans to the filthy attack roaches. Shining spot. After exploring the dank depths of the sewer, you'll come upon a bright light. When you approach the light to check it out, you'll be attacked by the Plague Rat of Doom. The filthy rodent uses poison, so you should counter it by using PSI attacks and blast it with Jeff's ball rockets too. When you trap the Rotten Rat, you'll gain access to the Magnet Hill, where you'll learn a new melody and find the Carrot Key. Magnet Hill. After you defeat the Plague Rat of Doom, you'll be able to access the area behind the department store that you could only see before. You'll use the Soundstone to record the 5th melody up there. There's also a large magnet and a gift box that holds the Carrot Key. Use the unusual key to remove rabbits. Right, enemies kiss of death. Pucker up. The giant lips of the kiss of death will try to land a deadly smooch. Conducting menace. You're in for shock when you meet the conducting menace. You'll have to find a way to short circuit this hothead. Thunder and storm. These two terrors attack with the power of the elements. Find shelter from the onslaught and use PSI powers to attack the two of them at once. Funny rat. Funny rat! Remove the rabbit statues. After recording the 5th melody, return to the 3 rabbit statues in Pooh's homeland. They're guarding the entrance to the southwest cave, and when you go there and use the Carrot Key, they'll disappear. Cave of the Pink Cloud. Be sure to carry the Franklin badge in your backpack when you enter the cave. It will protect you from shocking experiences. The cave isn't particularly large, but it can be confusing to find your way around inside. As you explore, you'll find a couple of very interesting items. The rock candy and the bracer of kings. Shining spot. Twin tormentors, thunder and storm, grumble and rumble before casting down bolts of lightning. If you don't have the Franklin badge with you, you're in for trouble. But if you do have the badge, you'll reflect the attack and send them right back at the weather maskers. They'll destroy themselves with their own attacks, and you won't even have to use any of your own PSI power. This is interesting because, like, at this point, since you have 4 members in your team, they could be using their thunder to attack someone else who doesn't hold the badge, and it's just gonna hurt them normally. So there's a bit of luck involved when you want to reflect their attack. Pink Pink. After you defeat Thunder and Storm, you'll be able to exit the cave into a pink cloud, where you'll use the Soundstone to record the 6th melody. It's one of the most unusual places you'll go to learn a tune. Which melody is that? Like, the 6th one? Set sail for Scaraba. After leaving the cave in Dalam, teleport back to the seaside resort of Summers and go to Toto to talk to the captain. He'll thank you for getting his wife to start making magic cake again instead of hanging out in the Stoic Club. Then he'll offer to take you to Scarab in his boat. He'll charge you $20 per person, and he'll make you do the fighting when you meet up with the Kraken. The Kraken encounter. The first part of your journey will be peaceful and pleasant enough. Then the waters will suddenly become turbulent. Then Kraken will raise his ugly head. The serpent has ruled the channel for years, and he's not about to just let a bunch of kids pass unpunished. When the battle begins, use your PSI freeze powers to try to ice him up. Then attack while he's in a frozen state. It will be a fierce fight, but if you keep replenishing your PSI power, you should be able to sink the serpent for good. Sail on to Scaraba. After Kraken, continue sailing. The rest of the cruise should be quite pleasant, and favorable winds will take you to the shore of a new land, Scaraba, where adventure of a different kind awaits. Beware of sunstroke as you explore this new area. Wow, I didn't expect the Guardian Hieroglyph to have a figure. Enemies, Great Crested Buka. The Great Crested Buka is a bird of a different color. It darts around, attacking unwary travelers wherever their backs are turned. Keep a close eye on these birds, even if you aren't a bird watcher. Beautiful UFO. Beautiful UFOs take care to tie pretty bows on their chrome domes before flying out to attack unsuspecting travelers. Don't be distracted by their beauty. High-class UFOs are pert and pink, but they also attack with annoying speed and accuracy. You won't think they're so cute when they strike. Guardian Hieroglyph. Give me a sec. When you enter the Sphinx, you'll find that the walls do indeed have eyes. The Guardian Hieroglyph will step right up the wall to attack intruders. Fear Shattered Man, wandering mindlessly amid the hieroglyphs and the coffins or shattered men who attack any and everything they touch, stay clear. And General Guardian. The Sphinx won't cough up the Hawkeye without a fight. You'll have to defeat the stone-like Guardian General in order to get the treasure. Alright. Scaraba Papyrus. Scaraba's largest newspaper. Pyramid raided. Hawkeye missing. It was reported earlier today that the ancient pyramid just south of Scaraba was raided recently, and the culprits appear to have escaped with the Hawkeye, a mysterious jewel that, according to legends, give its bearer the ability to see in the dark. Although police aren't able to pinpoint the exact time of the theft, the seal on the door looks like it was broken only recently. There is no explanation as to how the doors, long guarded by a nearby Sphinx, were opened, but footprints on the tiles in front of the statue have police suspecting that they are somehow involved in the theft. Anyone observing unusual people or occurrences is urged to contact the police immediately. Although guarded for years by the Great Sphinx, the pyramid south of town was nevertheless raided by unknown thieves who have apparently stolen the rare and mysterious Hawkeye. Speedster spotted in desert. The group of young travelers that arrived from Toto this week was observed running in the desert at an astounding speed. The kids ran so fast, in fact, that they disappeared from view. We thought you'd like to know. Great Tower comes to life. People have long marveled at the unusual tower shaped like a man on the continent to the south, and now they have been even more to be amazed about. The tower has come to life and joined a group of kids. It was last seen walking to the south. Submarine sighted in the river. A yellow submarine was recently sighted submerging in the swampy river leading to the mysterious region known only as Deep Darkness. Observers believe that it is being piloted by the traveling kids. Rowan shoving guys, Karaba. We're getting there. Don't let the extreme temperatures keep you from visiting this jewel of the desert. Its ancient pyramids and statues are sights to behold and marvel of their time. And the camels are pretty cool too. Population 3,212. Temperature in the shade 140 Fahrenheit. Rainfall none. Average age 112. Camels 2. Only 2 camels? You need more of those things. Sand and sea. The desert village of Scarab is a bustling international marketplace. The hotel is comfortable and accommodating, but don't get too comfortable there. You'll want to explore the entire town before heading south into the desert. Quaint shops and friendly natives make this town a delightful find. Snake charmers charms travelers too. In the central market, travelers will find a real treat, a snake charmer who sits atop a tall snake. He sells snakes too, so be sure to buy a couple to take along with you when you leave. You'd better buy some serum too, just to be on the safe side. Camels and cryptic messages. Just out of town is the wonder. It's one of the wonders of the world. The Sphinx, reclining in all its splendid glory. It might look like it's catnapping, but it actually is the ancient protector of the nearby pyramid. Before the Sphinx are some beautiful etched tiles that are associated with a famous legend. Explore the Great Pyramid Special Tour, August 2 to 6, 5 days, 4 nights. You'll need water, snakebite serum, ropes with towels, toothbrush, underwear. Romance. Enjoy romantic desert sunsets with the one you love. As ancient spirits dance on the wind and the golden sun slowly sinks into glowing sands, you'll enjoy the most romantic getaway ever. Better than a spa. If getting into shape is on your itinerary, this is the place to come. Food is hard to come by and water is scarce, so you're guaranteed to lose weight fast when you travel to Scaraba, the popular stop on the diet tour. No food, no water, arduous work, it all adds up to lose weight. Alright, Scaraba. The Scaraba region is divided into 2 continents, North Scaraba and South Scaraba. The only way to reach the southern continent is to take the hidden path from the pyramid under the channel. It's an interesting and exciting trip. Free. You can buy the bazooka at the grocery store. How nice. How point. So yeah, you do the thing here, you go in the pyramid, and you end up in J. And then you go to the him, then you go here. Right. The pyramid. The pyramid is a strange and mysterious place where hieroglyphs come to life, spring from the wall in coffins, and do deadly dances. But before you expose yourself to these dangers, you'll have to figure out how to get inside. Delicacies, kebab, bean croquette. Okay, a puzzling sphinx. The hieroglyphs that you read in the Museum of Natural History in Summers holds the answer to the riddle that the sphinx poses. The message meant that you should speak to the sphinx, then step on the tiles in a specific order, which is shown on the chart at right. When you step on the correct tile, you'll hear a tone. If you step on the wrong one, you'll hear a loud thud. And no one was able to solve this mystery before you? Doubt. I like that the pyramid is actually upward than downward. Oops. Red Saturn secret weapon shop, seasoning shop. Red snake shop. Snake viper serum. Let's buy. Oh, the pig nose. The pig nose. Convenience store. Broken cannon. Pig nose. Don't go to deep darkness without a pig nose. You won't want to miss the truffles that are hidden there. And the only way to find them is with this special nose. Alright. Travel tips. After you enter the pyramid, begin working your way to the right. You'll have to contend with walking coffins and hieroglyphs that peel themselves right off the walls to attack. You should have a supply of serum on hand to cure your party member from poisoning, as well as food for replenishing everyone's energy. Irresponsible dungeon master. That's a bit early. Inside the dungeon man, you'll find a dungeon of a different sort. As he tells you, it's a dungeon master's obligation to hire a doctor and a nurse, and that's not all. He's done for intruders. You'll also find benches where you can recover HP and PP. And there are phones and ATMs too. He sure is a thoughtful dungeon master. Thanks, Brick Road. Fight for the Hawk Eye. When you reach the room to the far right, you'll meet the guardian at the door. And you're in for a fierce fight if you want to continue. When you beat the guardian and enter the room, you'll find a door switch in the lower left corner. Step on the switch, then work your way back to the left to the room with the large mysterious coffin. Now the coffin will be to the right of where it was before, and there will be a large hole in the floor. Drop into the hole and fight up onto the platform to get the Hawkeye. When you use this unusual item in dark areas, you'll be able to see. Nice art. I like it. It's shiny. Bid farewell. When you first exit the pyramid, a mysterious man will approach your group with an important message. He claims that the stars foretold that who would be arriving, that he must leave to learn the way of the starstorm. A strong psychic power that will prove to be very helpful in the future. Who agrees? And He agrees to leave, telling the groups that he will return as soon as he has learned the Starstorm power. The group will have to continue without him for a while. Oh, more slugs. Nice. Alright. Need to fill my water again. Talking so much. I'll be right back again. Alright. We're back again. Alright, focus. Stow your stuff. There's all sort of stuff lying around inside Brick Road, and you certainly won't want to hold on to all of it. Fortunately, there are also a couple of telephones, so you can call this Cargo Express and have them come pick up the items that you don't need right now. Store lots of stuff at this point because you won't be able to call the express service again for a while. Getting the tower key. There are a few Caribbeans standing near the oasis. When you talk to the man holding the spear, how much content does EarthBound has? What do you mean? Like, how big is the game? Or how much content is there outside of the game? Talk to the man with the spear. He will offer to give you the key that he found earlier. It's the key to the dungeon, man. Your next destination. So thank the man and pocket the key. Now you're set to explore the continent. Find Dungeon Man. The strange tower known as Dungeon Man or Brick Road is northwest of the Pyramidics. So prepare yourself for the desert travel and start walking. When you reach the towering man, use the tower key to open the door. Then enter the dungeon and start reading the messages left by Brick Road. Who is the mysterious tower? Even though he looks fierce and frightening, the dungeon man is thoughtful and rather mild-mannered. He posts signs all over the place and gives you a hint of direction so you won't get lost. The biggest challenge here is deciding which rope to climb up first. Okay. Pitbull Slug. Pitbull Slug, which you'll encounter in Deep Darkness, is as tenacious as its namesake. They're hard to see in the murky darkness too. Zap Eel. The darkness is also swarming with zap eels, which can put on impressive light shows when they strike their target. Hard crocodile. Hard crocs hide in the thick undergrowth in the deep darkness. They're quicker than you might think, so beware the bites. Demonic Petunia. These huge, brightly colored demonic petunias are anything but friendly flora. They put up fierce fights, even slimier little pile. Like their slimy cousins, the even slimier little piles can ooze their way onto your life with unexpected speed. Dungeon Man. Oh, I love Dungeon Man, also known as Brick Road. Challenge you to climb the right rope. A, B, and D lead to dead ends, but rope C will take you deeper inside in the dungeon. Keep climbing until you come to Brick Road's base, which is embedded onto the wall. In the wall. Talk to Brick Road, then drop into holes to find your way back out of the dungeon. Okay. Trapped in the trees. When you exit Brick Road, you'll offer to... I mean in the game, because the guide is so long. Well, it is a very big game. Give me a second. Playlists. If you were to look at my EarthBound playlist, there's... I did 10 streams of the game, and I played about 24 hours on stream, and that didn't include a few hours of grinding, which it's pretty big. Trapped in the trees. When you exit Brick Road, he'll offer to join your party. I love that so much. After all, he's just been hanging around in the desert waiting for some action. As you head south, you'll come across a couple of trees. Try to walk through the trees, Brick Road will get stuck. Go ahead and leave him behind for now. If you continue to the tip of the continent, you'll meet a man who will tell you you'll need a submarine to cross the river. Perhaps you can find a sub there. Searching for a submarine. Go back inside Brick Road and return to the 4th floor. The hole that was blocked by a sign earlier will now be accessible. Drop through it and 2 more holes until you land on a plateau on the 1st floor. Walk around to the left and you'll find a junkyard. I've just fixed the submarine. It's yellow. And then leave the dungeon again. Take the submarine back to the tip of the continent and prepare to dive. Welcome aboard the yellow submarine. When you reach the port with the submarine, you'll automatically sail up for distant shores. You won't have control of the sub, so you can't get lost. It's a colorful journey, so sit back and enjoy the sights. When you arrive at your destination, you'll find a dark, dismal-looking land that could definitely use some brightening up. The good thing you have something in your backpack that can do just that. Hostile Elder Oak. Did I even fight any of those? I know I ran from them. The walking would work with purple leaves certainly is hostile. Not one to stay rooted in one place, it will track you down to attack. Big pile of puke. The big brown barf is ever so offensive. One whiff of the malodorous mass can make you cry. Have herbs on hand when you fight. Manly fish. The bug-eyed, slimy scaled manly fish chucks a mean spear. He's better adapted to moving around in the water than you are. Manly fish's brother. He's manly, he's mean, and he watches his bros back. When the two get together, you're in big trouble. Deep Darkness Post. The only news for miles around. See page 3 for the native animal of the month. I wanna see that. Helicopter pilot feared lost in Deep Darkness jungle. Rescue team suspended a ground search today for a helicopter feared lost in Deep Darkness jungle. Federal aviation authorities conclude that the aircraft lost power somewhere over the rainforest yesterday. Dense foliage and vicious animals are frustrating search experts. If the gators haven't eaten him, the mosquitoes will. Noted famous wilderness tracker John Whistler. The helicopter pilot's name has not been released, pending the notification of family members. Hostage was freed from alien base beneath Stonehenge. Local authorities question famous inventor Apple Kid and an assortment of citizens after they were released today from an alien stronghold beneath Stonehenge. Sources reveal that the police were not aware of a hostage situation. We're still getting the facts straight, so we have no comment at this time, Constable Geoff Rainville said in a recent interview. The investigation is expected to conclude tomorrow at a local donut shop. Prince Pooh to display special weapon. Weapons experts and historians are flocking to Forsyth to view the Sword of Kings, a rare relic recently unearthed by Prince Pooh. The ancient blade is the first weapon ever used by the prince. It's a perfect weapon for him. I mean, it's the Sword of Kings for a budding prince. Can you think of anything better? Remarked medievalist Nancy Ramsey. The exhibit concludes tomorrow. I never unearthed it myself. And as inhabitants break the bonds of shyness, anthropologists and psychologists are researching a sudden behavioral change in the natives of Tenda, an isolated village located in the northwestern corner of the Deep Darkness jungle. They used to be a shy tribe, but now they won't shut up, noted one anthropologist. Rude. Villagers discovered talking rock. Sketchy reports from Tenda village reveals a talking rock in the caverns beneath Deep Darkness. Geologists remain skeptical, but television talk show hosts are requesting interviews with the monolith. Alright. Jungle and exploration, guys. Deep Darkness. Deep Darkness is the last frontier of civilization, located on the edge of the largest jungle in the world. The simple village is run by primates and traders. Fast fact, population 3,500, average temperature 82 Fahrenheit, average age 48, annual rainfall 105, mosquitoes 4,603,000. Life is a mere adventure. Press your luck to its limits and embark on a deep darkness jungle tour. Expeditions depart daily and last until all participants are last. For a limited time, guests receive a complimentary economy-sized bottle of Dysentery pills. Take your life in your own hands today. Personal safety cannot be guaranteed. Life insurance and photocopy of will required. Award-winning location of the world's most dangerous tour. Special discounts for obnoxious people. Hike in the dark. Some areas in deep darkness have never seen the light of day and offer refuge to thousands of unrecorded animal species. Years of evolution have allowed many of these species the nocturnal vision essential for survival in the dark. A magical device is thought to exist to give humans this ability. Everything is like dark in the deep darkness until you use the eye, but like, yeah, you always thought trees with leaves required light, and the place is full of trees. Hill Mina, rarest breed in the world. Ornithologists agreed that the talking hill mina of deep darkness is one of the rarest birds in the world. While there are over 100 species of birds that mimic the sound of their environment, the deep darkness mina is the only creature in the world capable of sending and receiving transmissions from telecommunication satellites. The endangered species is threatened by the increase in calling circles and telemarketers. Wild animal huntings. No guns necessary. The animals hunt you. Experience the thrill of the hunt from the other side of the barrel. Highly trained primates with high-caliber assault rifles stalk you. National Rifles for Animal Company Limited. That's amazing. Monkey around at the Monkey's Inn. The Monkey's Inn is the last stop for adventurers and suicidal anthropologists. Out of respect for the soon-to-be-eaten, all customers are provided with free nightly lodging. Stay at the Monkey's Inn. It's free! Yeah, they really painted this place as dangerous. Deep darkness. The deep darkness is located in the heart of the world's rainforest. Few adventurers have returned from the perpetual night beneath the forest canopy. Ness must use the hawk eye to explore all of the dark region. So that's where the truffles are. I see. Don't stay in over your head in the deep water. The deep darkness swamp is saturated with quicksand and deep water. Ness and the team will be damaged if they spend too much time beneath the surface, so try to remain in shallow water as much as possible. Replenish the party's hit points before each deep water journeys. Focus teach the monkey the technique for teleportation. The monkey in the village of Deep Darkness wants to learn how to teleport. When you teach the primate this skill, he will reward you with a valuable item called the Monkey's Love. When used in combat, the Monkey's Love calls out for help from the jungle. The tiny monkey will arrive and assist the party for one round of combat. That's amazing. Use the Hawkeye in the Deep Darkness. Oh, it's not all dark, it's just some areas are completely dark. Right. Deep darkness is a murky environment. Travelers frequently become lost in a perpetual night beneath the forest canopy. Use the Hawkeye the party found at the pyramids to lead the way through the blackness. Once used, the Hawkeye disappears, but the magic of the device lasts forever. Wow. The Belch is back. Mustard Belch is back to challenge the party again. Ew. He smells worse than he did when you first caught a whiff of him behind the waterfall at Southern Valley. Belch now calls himself Barf, but you can just call him Dead Meat. Squash this slimy fiend for good. Wilderness. Diamond Band, wow. Combat Yo-Yo. Multi-bottle rocket, that's strong. Use the piggy nose and see what turns up. The piggy nose might look funny, but it serves a vital purpose in the deep darkness. Use the piggy nose to find magic truffles hidden throughout the deep darkness wilderness. Magic truffles are one rare and valuable delicious delicacy that refills about 80 PSI points when consumed. Oh, that's why they're important. Okay. I thought they would be used for trade or something, but 80 PP is really good. Tenda Village. Tucked in an isolated corner of deep darkness. Swamp. Tenda Village is teeming with cute blue tendites. Unfortunately, all but one is too shy to speak. Use the phone to save your game and touch base with home. The party won't be able to buy any items unless the tendites gain the courage to speak. Too shy guys. Oh, that's very nice. All of the occupants of the village seem too shy to approach the party. There is one brave tendite. Look for him in the lower left corner of the village near a boulder. He provides the party with some valuable information. There is a rumor of a book called Overcoming Shyness. Where is it? A dead end? A large boulder blocks the party's access to the underground. The boulder has been moved over the opening to protect the village from danger. Only one villager can move the boulder, but he's too shy to show off his brute strength. Perhaps there is another way. Exit the village and look for a sign. What happened to Apple Kid? Get back to Winters ASAP. Apple Kid is hard at work on the eraser machine in Dr. and Donut's lab in Winters. While reporting his findings, he is interrupted by some mysterious intruders. Something has happened. Orange Kid later informed the party that Apple Kid has the book on overcoming shyness. Ness and the gang must rescue Apple Kid. Give me a sec. Where is Apple Kid? Aside from Apple Kid's pet mouse, Dr. and Donut's lab is empty. The neat lines of test tubes and tools give little indication that a struggle took place here. It's as if Apple Kid vanished in thin air. The kind of thing you read about in those UFO abduction stories. Talk to the pet mouse and explore the lab for clues. Go to Stonehenge. You've been here before, but now the hole in the center of Stonehenge is open. The party can venture underground, but they won't get far. A large iron eraser blocks the passage into this region. Perhaps the mouse that Dr. Donut Slab knows how to get around. Use the eraser to get in. Apple Kid Mouse knows all about the latest experiments. Good thing Ness knows how to communicate with animals. Talk with the rodent and pick up the eraser machine. The unusual device removes the iron obstruction below Stonehenge. Okay. Master Barf. The Master of Regurgitation has returned for a second battle. Master Bells has more hit points, so he'll be tougher than ever. Whirling Robo. This dizzying mechanized fiend falls apart under most PSI attacks. Watch out for the robot's automated self-destruct sequence. Military Octobot. The blue octopus is rare but deadly opponent. Don't let this wild mechanized creature get his tentacles on you. Use the PSI freeze to attack and turn this monster into scrap metal sushi. Lesser Mook. Well, the octopus is more likely to be takoyaki than sushi, but you know. Okay, Lesser Mook is one of the few organic occupants of the Stonehenge compound. This beast is neutralized by most PSI attacks and should be nothing more than a minor nuisance to the party. Stonehenge Base. The hole in the center of Stonehenge leads to unearthly surroundings. Purple corridors pulse with a strange glow. Watch out for the starmen that warp into the middle of your party. The defective lighting in the lower region of the maze is confusing. Use this map to make your way through all the corridors. Broken harmonica, very important. Starman Super has the Sword of Kings. I know one. The Sword of Kings can sometimes be found in the hands of a gold-plated Starman Super. The blade is the only weapon Prince Pooh can equip in the entire game. The odds of winning the Sword of King are about 1 in 128, but fighting him over and over is a great method for building up character levels. It is. If you can't stand the suspense, use Jeff's spy command to peek at each Starman Super. You peek, will you be able to know if they have the thing? Rescue the kidnapped people. The Apple Kid and innocent citizen are trapped inside alien test tubes. Tony, Jeff's best friend, is here too. What sort of horrible experiment is being conducted by Gygas? The only way to release them is by defeating Starman Deluxe in the room to the right. Once freed, Apple Kid tells you that he returned the book about shyness to the library. Dr. Donuts begins work on the face distorter. Okay, Starman. The Starman often warps into the middle of the party to attack. This robot is the primary sentry in the Stonehenge base. Watch out for his beam weapon and PSI magnet attacks. Atomic Power Robot is an early prototype of the Starman series. These robots will continue to function until they melt down. Yeah, they explode and it hurts so much. Mook Senior. Mook Seniors are one of the few carbon-based creatures that inhabit the alien Stonehenge base. Use Hypnosis or PSI Fire to neutralize this adversary. And Starman Deluxe, the guy from the cover of the game. Starman Deluxe is a new Starman prototype. Because of the extensive time and research devoted to the development of the robot, only one Starman Deluxe exists. Watch out for the enhanced beam weapons this opponent carries. And once you defeat him, these disappear, and you can't get the sword anymore. Check out the On It library. When rescued, the Apple Kid explained that he returned the Overcoming Shyness book to the On It library. Talk to the person wearing the mask in the library lobby. Then score all the bookshelves. As with most lost items, you'll probably find the book in the last place you look. Once the party has the manual, report back to Tenda Village. When Nest returns to the village of Tenda, gives the book Overcoming Shyness to the chief. The knights all look the same, but Nest recognizes the village elder. That the village elder carries a long bent staff. The village leader asks the party to relax as he reads the book about everyone in the village. To all the village inhabitants, just holding on to the book makes the leader feel as if he can overcome his shyness. To show his gratitude, the leader of Tenda provides the party with a sample of stinky Tenda cow. That's what it is on there. Okay. Lumine Hall. The Lumine Hall is a short series of twisting corridors that separate the village of Tenda from the Lost Underworld. A wide assortment of valuable items has been discarded or lost by previous expeditions to the Underworld. Explore all of the passages as you guide Ness and the party to their battle with Electro Spectre. The Starman Super. Oh, it's Foppy. Funny Foppy. One villager can move the stone. The inhabitants of Tenda discover a large underground area beneath the village. Because of their timid nature, the villagers elect to block the passage to the Lost Underworld with a massive stone. Only the strongest Tendite can move the boulder that seals the village of Tenda from the Lost Underworld. Shining Spot. Hiding inside the shining spot at the Lumine Hall is the Electro Spectre, a sinister combination of energy and molten metal. Use the PSI shield to defend against his lethal attacks. Jeff's counter PSI unit is effective here. Defeating the Electro Spectre provides the party with access to the Lost Underworld. 7th Sunstone. Defeating the Electro Spectre in the Shining Spot bestows the 7th melody upon the party. Only one melody remains. Although Electro Spectre is vanquished, danger still lurks in the shadows of the Lumine Hall. Use goods or PSI to replenish the party's hit points. Journey to the Lost Underworld. There's a hole in the upper left corner of the Electro Spectre's lair. Where does it lead? What has come of the dinosaurs that the occupants of Tenda mentioned? The journey underground is far from over. Check the party's inventory of supplies and take a leap of faith. Starman Super. The gold-plated robot is an enhanced version of the original Starman. It employs the lethal combinations of beams and PSI magnet attacks. There is a 1 in 128 chance that the Starman Super carries the Sword of Kings. The Starman Super carries a transmitter and calls for assistance. Scientists and engineers believe that the hyperspinning robot is constructed from parts of discarded record players. This dizzy robot is vulnerable to extreme cold. Bobby. While Fubby is one of the weakest foes, he is capable of discharging a deadly brain shock attack. Electrospectre is composed of elements never before seen on Earth. Scientists speculate that the Electrospectre is a lethal combination of energy and molten metal, but no one has ever survived a close examination. Yeah. Lost Underworld news about the Jurassic Park font. Kraken returns. After a lengthy departure from the Sea of Eden, the notorious Kraken has returned from parts unknown. The sea serpent, known as the terror of the lost underworld, seeks out all who venture into its domain. You are quick, however, you can swim circles around the beast and escape from becoming its lunch. Very cool, it comes back here, it's like perfect for that. Dinosaurs in the deep. According to the shy people of Tenda village, dinosaurs appeared from a hole in the ground recently. They covered up the hole with a rock to keep the giant Cretaceous beasts at bay. But the threat of the welfare of the village remains. The search is already on for a brave adventurer to enter the lost underworld and seek out the second Tenda village. Jurassic Jail. The people of the underworld Tenda village greeted the travelers from the surface and explained how the dinosaurs are kept in a giant cave outside the village. They proudly showed off their talkative tone in spite of the fact that no one can understand what it means when it talks about shining spots and the fire spring. Fire Springs warp zone rumored. New rumors of a warp zone at the top of the Fire Spring region of the lost underworld resurfaced today. When Ness and his companions entered the village and spoke of the talkative stone, to the talkative stone. The adventurer set off at once to the southwest to discover the truth of this age-old mystery. The revelation of Lumine Hall. World hero and adventurer Ness received a shock today when exploring the maze of the lost underworld. He and his companions wandered into the Lumine Hall, where his thoughts and fears appeared on the wall for all to read. It appears that much of what is happening in his galactic struggle against the invading Gygas is taking place in his own mind. Alright, next. Dinosaur Identification and Travel Guide. Lost Underworld. Travelers who venture into the vast lost underworld deep in the planet's crust will find a land that time forgot. Here, dinosaurs roam the open plains, their steps shaking the ground like earthquakes. The tribe of talkative Tendites came here long ago to get away from their shy brothers and sisters. You'll find a welcome greeting here, but watch your pocketbooks. Fast facts: population 503, dinosaurs 17, average temperature 84 Fahrenheit, hot springs 3. Okay. Mysterious speaking stones. The large stone in the Tenda village speaks when spoken to. It often foretells the destinies of those who engage it in conversation. If you go to the village, don't miss this amazing phenomenon. The Geysers. The primitive plains of the lost underworld have been packed with several hot springs that rejuvenate anyone who waits for their gushing waters. Some visitors complain that they have to wait too long, but others maintain that it is worth it to have their energy restored. Tenda Village Underground. The inhabitants of the Tenda Village in the Lost Underworld have lived here only a short time, but they have already established themselves with an inn and shopping facilities. Business in the Tenda Village, however, may not take the usual form. Buyers should beware, but they should also look for special products like the Horn of Life. Dinosaur watching. Have you ever dreamed of coming face to face with a real life dinosaur? If you have, and who hasn't, come to Tenda Village in the Lost Underworld. 1 or 3 day safari package. Parties up to 4. Free dino food. Binoculars not necessary. Special rate 1 day and 2 nights, $198. 5-star accommodations, food, and excitement. Right, Lost Underworld. It's a really nice map. What's really interesting in this map is that your character is tiny. The dinosaurs are huge. I think that's great. Okay. Lost Underworld. Beyond the disturbing revelation of Lumine Hall in the catacombs, below the Tenda Village, you'll find a deep well. When you step into this well, you will tumble into a lost world where fire springs pour lava into rivers and dinosaurs rock the earth. Tenda Kraut. One of the favorite foods of the Tenda people is the yummy Tenda Kraut. If you receive some of this dish in the first Tenda Village, by curling the people's shyness, you can enter this underworld village. In fact, the smell of Tenda Kraut will ensure that you gain entrance in the town. Tenda Village 2. To reach the Lost Underground and second Tenda Village, you must first secure the surface dwelling Tenda of your shyness. Return to Annette's library, fetch the overcoming shyness book. The one shy Tenda Village will now open the passage to prehistoric world below. Final battle. That's such a straightforward roadmap here. The end of the adventure draws nigh, but you still have a difficult road to travel. If you want to tread the path alone, the final path alone, ignore the steps listed below. Otherwise, learn the secrets that lie ahead. Alright, ultimate path, holy fry pan. Good stuff. Talk to the rock. The massive carved stone in the second Tenda Village has an important message for Ness. Doesn't matter that the local people have no idea what the stone is talking about. The stone will reveal that you have now collected 7 of the 8 special melodies, and that the final melody lies to the southwest in the cave of the Fire Springs. This, says the rock, is your destiny. Good geysers. Although most geysers have a reputation for smelling like rotten egg and scalding unwary visitors with their steaming waters, the geysers in the Lost Underworld are known for their healing qualities. You must wait beside the small opening until an earthquake shakes the land. Shortly thereafter, the geyser will start carrying you and your friends for a wet ride. The blue geyser recovers HP and PP, while the red geyser recovers only HP. Oh, but it says it also treats condition. The Fire Spring. Those who enter the Fire Springs would do well to prepare for meeting soul-consuming flames, evil elementals, and psychic cycles and other hot-tempered foes. If one of your party can use powerful freeze powers, all the better. Work your way up to the fire springs using rope ladders and tunnel passages. The shining spot at the top contains the dual presence of Carbon Dog and Diamond Dog. One of the toughest battles you'll ever face lies ahead. Shining spot. I hope they have figures, but they would put it here. You can reach the shining spot. Oh, I know the Diamond Dog does. You can reach the shining spot quickest by taking the right-hand route from the lowest terrace. Oops. Of the fire spring. Then work your way back towards the left and always up. At the shining spot, you'll find the Carbon Dog waiting for you with bared fangs. Use your strongest freeze PSI power on the canine of Pole. You'll have to follow Diamond Dog following Carbon Dog. This hardened hound knows no fear and has no real weakness. You'll have to attack with everything you've got. Jeff's multi-bottle rockets are your best weapon. Evasive tactics. Whenever you pop into a cave or chamber containing enemies, those enemies will move toward you to attack. The number of enemies in the room, however, may vary. Poke your head inside the door, see how many enemies and what types of enemies are waiting for you. If it looks too difficult, just step back outside. Keep looking in until you find fewer or weaker foes. Oh, what Nosaurus. Melody of Fire. Following the battle with Diamond Dog, you'll not want to miss what lies beyond the entrance to the fire spring. Push on to the final sanctuary area, where you'll find a fiery fountain of lava and the last of the 8 songs, which can be recorded on the Soundstone. You may also encounter strange memories over which you have no control. Inside Nest. The memories that flood in on you after the spring appear in black and white for a time. You hike along the path, the music box melody playing over and over in the misty scene, leading you on. You're younger, now a child, returning home to an empty house, where you find a rocking cradle with yourself as an infant inside. You listen to your parents cooing over you, and you exhibit your first PSI power. Suddenly, the memory changes, and you are swept off to the bizarre realm of Magic Camp. Alright. Wet Nosaurus. I'm glad it has it. Image. You won't find the Wet Nosaurus as often as the Champsosaur, which is unfortunate since it is easier to defeat. The touch of PSI fire should dry it up. Echo Orb is funny. The Echo Orb won't be able to weather an attack from Pooh and Paula using the PSI freeze power. It will crack up. Champsosaur. Why didn't they use the figure? I know they have it. The voracious Champsosaur stomps about the plains of the lost underworld, hunting slow dinosaur watchers. If you meet one of these monsters, make sure you greet it with a powerful attack like the multi-bottle rocket. Magicant. The land of Magicant exists only in your mind. Don't be alarmed. Although strange and even dangerous, Magicant is also a place of wonder and imagination. You must travel alone here, but still you'll find help and friends. You must pass through the town, the red tunnels, and the Sea of Eden. In your mind. The old man and the black rabbit reveal that Magicant is a creation of your own mind. Only thing to fear in Magicant is your own imagination. Unfortunately, many visitors, like the famous Ness, have vivid imaginations capable of conjuring up images of monsters. Explore Magicant's buildings and inhabitants. The marvels of Magicant. Nothing is what it seems in this magical world inside your cerebral cortex. Your mother, sister, and dog all seem to be here, but they are just illusions. Your mom promises that you may stay here forever. You will encounter many of the enemies you once destroyed. You'll also meet other people from your travels. Talk to them all. It's a great place. The Flying Man. I don't know their song, but they're great. Although you travel without your three companions in Magicant, you can enlist the aid of the Flying Man. Step into their pointy roofed house in the north and ask for help. Only one Flying Man can join you at a time, but if you lose one, you can return and have a second Flying Man join you as a comrade. I wonder if they're limited in this one as well. Flying Man probably got a huge boost in popularity thanks to Smash. Oh yes, there they are. Okay. Power Pudding. Don't pass up on the specialty shops in Magicant. The Power Pudding in the southern building can restore your PP in battle. This is the only product that can replenish store PP. Sure to buy plenty of it. You'll need it in the final battle. The same shop you can buy the EarthBound and strong protection for a mere $4,000. The world of many colors. The background colors in Magicant shift each time you speak with someone. No one has been able to explain this phenomenon adequately, but it makes for a nice change. Many visitors to Magicant believe that the changing colors hold some significance, but so far none has been proven. Enemy is soul-consuming flame. This enemy burns for your soul, but if you use PSI Freeze, you'll melt its heart. Psychic Psycho. Another creature of the Fire Springs, the Psychic Psycho uses PSI Fire Beta to toast your arrival. Once again, Freeze will cool off the hot reception. Major Psychic Psycho. This Psycho can singe the root of your hair with his powerful Omega Strength Fire, and his PSI Shield keeps him safe from Freeze. Try Brain Shock instead. Elemental, Evil Elemental. Disembodied and quite annoyed about it, Being will take out its wrath on anyone it encounters. It has no real strength or weakness. This Carbon Dog. Carbon Dog burns to roast you, but you can turn the rotisserie on it by using freeze or strong weapon attacks like Jeff's Ball Rocket. And Diamond Dog. Carbon Dog becomes Diamond Dog after taking damage of several hundred HP. Now it's your turn to suffer. DD is hard. Use multi-bottle rockets right away before it builds up its counter shield. Also use Shield Killer. Alright, Sea of Eden. That's where the Krakens were. I'm pretty sure I just ran away from those Krakens. Let's see. Okay. The cruel tentacles at the end of Magicant open the warp to the Sea of Eden. There you must swim the open waters in the northeast section. But Kraken will smell you as soon as you enter its sea, and it will stalk you. You will be alone in the battle against Kraken. The magic pudding will come in very handy in this area. Sidesteps the sea serpent. Kraken can't be everywhere at one time, and there are a limited number of the monsters swimming in the mysterious waters. When you spot a serpentine neck swimming towards you, head to the nearest island or rock spire that protrudes from the sea. You can dodge the monster by playing hide and seek between the islands. Focus. How to get the gutsy bat. The only place to find the powerful gutsy bat is here, the Sea of Eden. This awesome weapon lies concealed somewhere in the waters, but only a Kraken can find it. The way to obtain the gutsy bat is to defeat Kraken and be incredibly lucky. To defeat the Kraken, you have one chance in 128 to win the gutsy bat. Of course, you could get lucky on the first try, but the odds are against you. I wish those drop rates were way lower. It's just not fun. Okay, Battle of Two Minds. The island with the statue is your destination in the Sea of Eden. The many statue, Ness's nightmare, once before caused the dangerous illusion of Moonside. Now the power of the statue is even greater. Since the statue is just part of your mind, it has all the strengths that you have here. Any PSI power that you can use, it can use. The only difference is that it doesn't have an inventory. You can gain the edge by having magic pudding with which to replenish your PP, and so outlast your foe. If the nightmare uses PSI counter shield, it is best to counter with PSI attacks. Once the nightmare uses all of its PP, you'll have the advantage if you last that long. I don't think I needed to use that strategy. Enemies. Molecule. The molecules often bunch together and attack as compounds, but they have weak defenses. Use your PSI special power to defeat them all at once. Is that the new way is that the new thing they're calling PK Rocket, or maybe it's an actual spell, I don't know. Loaded dice will try to call for help, but it doesn't call for more loaded dice. This enemy has the ability to call any of the enemies in Magic Hand, like Carefree Bomb or French Kiss of Death. PSI defenses are weak. Electro Swoosh. The enemy believes in shock treatment, but if you use freeze against it, it won't have time to charge itself up. Carefree Bomb. Much tougher than it looks. The CFB tosses bombs and super bombs at you every turn. It also takes a lot of hits and has no weaknesses to exploit. Ness's Nightmare. The Nightmare uses shield to protect itself and recover to keep its HP full. Use the magic pudding to outlast it, and don't use regular attack if the counter shield is up. Saturn Valley World. Woo, zoom. Can man control time and space and time? September 3, 1998. I love that the date keeps advancing. I'm at 116 here. Let's look back up there. It doesn't show the date on the first one. There we go, June 6th. Now we're in September. Okay, can man control space and time? Oh, let's start with Zexonite Salt. Dr. Andona reported that the initial failure of his space distorter space-time machine was because of the lack of a special material known as sextonite, which is found only in meteorites. A group of young adventurers led by Ness has volunteered to return to Anet, the site of a recent meteorite strike, and retrieve the valuable material. The meteorite in Anet may contain the substance known as sextonite, which Dr. and Donuts need to complete this project. According to Dr. and Donuts, the famous inventor of the Skyrunner, flying saucer, and other amazing devices, it is possible to create a machine that will move not only through space, but through time as well. He and his two colleagues, the Apple Kid and Mr. Saturn, have been working on just such a machine, the Phase Distorter. Here in Saturn Valley, early tests have met with mixed success. One volunteer group emerged from the metallic device completely toasted. The machine resembles a large silver Mr. Saturn and is said to have the ability to reach back into time. Dr. and Donut hope that the device will enable Ness and his companions to reach the evil Gygas and end the threat to Earth forever. What is the strangest weapon? Researchers at Winter's High have recently made breakthrough in discoveries in the field of confectionery warfare. Dr. Amofen reports that rock candy is the best sweet to use in combat. The user must also carry condiments, he points out. When he or she uses the rock candy, the condiment will be spent instead of the candy. Pretty sweet. In using the rock candy, you will experience a lift in any one of your attributes, such as IQ. Dr. and Donut's next project is to design and deploy after dinner mints as landmines. City. Okay, Saturn Valley. Most people return from Saturn Valley with fond memories of the quirky but hospitable people who live here. This peaceful haven also offers plenty of unique shopping opportunities found nowhere else in the world. If you're saving the world or just out for a Sunday drive, be sure to stop off in the Saturn Valley. Population 5,297. Language Saturnian. Import tissues, export happiness. Saturn Valley Buyer's Guide. You won't want to miss the highly specialized item for sale now in Saturn Valley. In addition to the previous stock of goods, you'll now find a selection of pendants that add greatly to a person's defensive strength. The cost may seem exorbitant, but think of the lives they may save. Accommodations in the Saturn Valley. The Saturn Valley may well be one of the most hospitable places on Earth. Here you can rest for free at the local bed and breakfast, receive free medical care at the excellent Saturn Valley Hospital, or soak away your worries and bodily odors in a natural hot spring. If you want to spend money, however, there are plenty of unique goods for purchase in the shop on the cliff. The final tour. For those of you who go on from Saturn Valley to the dangerous conflict in the past with Gygas, be sure to take along all the essential items for an epic struggle. Recommended food include magic pudding, which can be obtained only in Magic Hand. Okay. Saturn Valley Time Tours. The ultimate travel experience is available now in Saturn Valley. Travel back in history, visit the ancient Greeks or Egyptians or Mayans, ride a mammoth in the Pliocene or hunt a raptor in the Cretaceous. Carve your face on the Sphinx. Special introductory offer, 3 days, 2 nights, $338. That is nothing in EarthBound. Watch George Washington sleep, dine on Asp with Cleopatra. Listen to Confucius, not responsible for paradoxes or the destruction of space-time continuum. Alright, now the big one. Human to robot conversions. Time travel turns out to be more difficult than most people imagined. First, you need a phase distorter, a machine that will send matter backwards or forwards in time. Unfortunately, the actual journey turns living beings into no longer living beings. According to Dr. Donuts, you must first convert people into robots that carry the person's mind. He has perfected a simple and painless conversion process. We're getting there. The phase distorter. Expect the worst the first time you step into the phase distorter. Without the special mineral found in the meteorite, the device won't work. You'll step out again covered in soot and ash. But Dr. Andonat has the answer. If you bring him the sexonite from Hanet, he can make the machine work. Once you've delivered the goods, step into the machine again. This time it will work, sending you up on the final leg of your journey. The Phase Distorter 2 has two special functions. It saves the game and replenishes your energy. On it under fire. The on it to which you return is a town under siege. Power of Gyges has spread throughout the town. The citizens have locked themselves in their homes. Only Ness's house remains open. Ness's mom tells the heroes about the state of the town. There's nothing you can do here except go to the meteorite and retrieve Saxonite for Dr. and Donut. Right, let me have a sip. Saxonite. The meteorite has landed north of Anet. Contains the precious mineral Saxonite, which Dr. Andonat needs to complete the Phase Distorter so you can travel back in time. Hike to the site of the meteorite and check it out. You'll find a shiny piece of metal in the glowing mass. Once you have it, transport back to Saturn Valley. No merchandise. The Saturn Valley shop contains a new vendor with some new items. The Flame, Rain, and Night pendants boost the defensive power of your party. Although they cost an arm and a leg, the price is well worth it. Purchase and equip these items before traveling back in time to meet Gyges. Enemy Plunder. You can win items by defeating some enemies in battle. The Evil Eye holds a prize that is worth a lot of cash if you can sell it. The Ghost of Starman may have items like the multi-ball rocket hidden behind it. Some of these gifts can be picked up and used during the battle, while others are left behind a defeated foe. Alright. Traveling in time. The time has come for you to leave the present and travel back in time to where Gyges waits. In the first stage of the journey, then the Phase Distorter 2 takes you as far as the cavern with the silver tentacles. Unfortunately, the machine blows a fuse and melts down. You'll have to wait for Dr. Andonat to show up in the improved Phase Distorter before continuing your mission. You know something I just realized? This guide, even though it's such a... You know, it tells you everything you have to do, it tells you what's happening. It hasn't mentioned Pokey in a long time. Kinda like it's trying to keep that spoiler a secret? They did mention that Poki's robots were in the Monopoly building, but I don't remember them talking about him in Happy Happy Village, or they didn't say he was the one who stole the helicopter. So that's interesting. Okay, travel steps. Last portions. Well, if you want to proceed, yeah, follow these to reach Gagas. Enemies, Ghost of Starman. The Ghost of Starman uses Starstorm Omega as its chief attack. While a Psych Shield will help fend up the attack. Use multi-bottle rockets and other regular attacks to defeat the alien. Evil Eye. The Evil Eye uses Brain Shock on its enemies. Use the PSI shield to protect your party and attack with any PSI or regular attacks. Wild and Woolly Shambler. This is no wolf in sheep's clothing. Regular attacks will harm it to muttons. The first step back. Oh yeah, it's pull back now. I think he is. The trip from Southern Valley doesn't take your gallant crew all the way back to Gagas. In fact, the first leg of your journey deposits you in a tunnel with a wrecked phase distorter and no way out. Fortunately, Dr. and Donut will show up with a new and improved machine to carry you back into the recesses of time. iRobot. After walking around the tunnel for a short time, Dr. and Donut will appear and apologize for the failure of the phase distorter. He also shares some bad news with you. The phase distorter 3 destroys life forms that pass through it. The only way to get back in time, it turns out, to be converted into robots, which can pass safely through the mist of time. Dr. and Donut will perform the robotomy when you're ready. A gift for Pooh. The first character you encounter in this middle world between the present and the past is an old monk who carries a gift for Prince Pooh. The monk bestows the knowledge of PSI Starstorm Omega on the prince. This ultimate psychic power will work wonders against the fierce attacks that lie ahead or behind in the cave of the past. Legendary Bat is in there. That's good. Geigas. Oh, let's look at the enemies first. Bionic Kraken. Fire-breathing serpent gets steamed when you interrupt it in the tunnel in the past. All rockets and regular attacks will sink it. Ultimate Octopus. This droid usually shows up as the weaker member of a party of 2 enemies. It's easy to destroy with conventional attacks. A nuclear reactor robot. This nuke will nuke everything in sight if it is defeated. The strategy is to run from it. If it is with companions, defeat the companions, then run. Do you still get the EXP? Mechanical Octobot. Big brother to the ultimate Octobot. This droid doesn't present much danger, but it usually shows up with other enemies that are very dangerous. Final Starman. The last in a distinguished line of Starmen, is also the strongest. Use multi-bottle rockets to blow it back into space. You can also put him under using hypnosis. Geigas. There he is. You must injure taunts and physical abuse to end the threat of Poki and Geigas. Pokey is easy to defeat with 3 or 4 multi-bottle rockets, but Gygas is another matter. The alien mastermind uses your own PSI special power. Counter it by using Paula's Psychic Shield Beta right away. Once Pokey appears, keep your health and shields up and use regular attacks. Eventually Pokey reappears for more cheers. In the final stage of the battle, Gygas, Paula. In the final stage of the battle against Gygas, Paula should use the prey option 9 times, while the others use defend. You receive the power to destroy Gygas from your friends. Are you scared? I'm scared too. On that time, alien invasion thwarted by teen heroes. Ness and his companions returned victorious today out of mortal dangers in the labyrinth of the alien fiend known as Gygas. Upon arriving in the Southern Valley, Dr. Donuts greeted his son, Jeff, and the other brave adventurers who had returned from the past. Gifts and warm congratulations were offered in Southern Valley. Some of the gifts contained letters from friends and family wishing the heroes a speedy return home. Paula and Ness took leave of the festivities in the valley and headed home. In Tucson, Paula was swarmed by these happy children at the Polestar preschool. After seeing Paula's parents, the young couple moved on to Annette, where the entire adventure began. The town had returned to its normal peaceful state. Dogs no longer attacked, and the sun was shining. Ness wandered about the town, speaking to his old friends and accepting the congratulations until finally it was time to go home. The conquering heroes received a warm welcome from Ness's mother, who was reported to be bursting with pride. I always thought Ness was special, he told the reporters. Even as a baby, he could bend spoons with his special powers. I just hope all this excitement didn't spoil his appetite. Back at Ness's home, the two alien trashing heroes shared the excitement of their journey by showing Ness's mom the photo album created by the traveling photographer. Good old Fuzzy Pickles. Ness, hero or boy? The recent events that led to the defeat of Gygas have made a young man from Annette the world's foremost superhero. Young Ness proved his courage and fortitude by taking on the alien menace when no one else dared to step forward. The question now is, what will this amazing young man do next? Will he go to school, visit Disneyland, or will he be called upon to defend the Earth once more? I didn't expect a reference to Disneyland, but it is appropriate. The future remains uncertain for teenage hero Ness. Is he using a bike in the swamp? He just oops. Can you use a bike in the swamp? Oops. That's so weird. Although just 13 years old, he is the undisputed champion of the world. Only time will tell what his destiny holds. A letter from the future. After the bows have been taken and the credits run, Ness wakes up to pounding at the front door. It's Picky, Pokey's little brother, bearing a letter. It seems that Pokey will seek revenge, and that the adventure has just begun. EarthBound at a glance. Oh, it's a weapon chart. There is a wide variety of weapons in EarthBound. Often, a weapon can only be used by a particular person. Some can be purchased, others must be found in gift boxes, chests, or coffins. Some enemies also leave special weapons behind when defeated. Their specialty is to take old broken gadgets and turn them into powerful weapons, which can be used only by him. Be sure to do whatever necessary to locate the equipment. To locate and equip the most powerful weapon. Cannot be purchased, must be and can be sold for half of the listed price. Their error rate comes listed as 0, always hits. GB found in a box. SH shop. PE person gives it to you. EN enemy drop. That's cool. AC bomb is. Oh, give me that. Oh. Error rate 3/4. Lots of power, but you whiff most of the time. All. Whose offense decreases when he equips any yo-yo. More protection, goods. So much in there. Monkey's love. Freezes an enemy during battle. Nice. Food. Oh yeah, Pooh has a different, has its own, his own condiment, medicine. PSI special. Oh, there's the infamous scratch cards. Make a big whip, get a big prize. Burn up the competition in a flash. Bongal is not fun at all. Fuck them. Monkey. Oh. Give me a sec, I'll look at them soon. The original instruction manual included there's still reproduction of the original printed manual. They are as faithful as possible to those documents and feature a bare minimum of edits. Reference may be made to a feature that can't be used in this version of the game, or the contact information provided may longer be valid. Some copyright information may be out of date. Please note that printed manuals were not always released in multiple languages. Alright, I should have read this at first. Great pizza, new friends, world travel, free daily newspaper, and an alien megalomaniac awaits you. Welcome to Onet, the first destination on your itinerary and site of an authentic meteor crash. You'll find the people of Onet are most obliging and keen to show you a good time. Unless, of course, you run into someone or something that has been taken over by an evil interstellar dweller who hitched a ride into town on the aforementioned meteorite. This alien, however, will undoubtedly add to your journey by giving you the personal reward of saving the planet Earth while enjoying the ultimate vacation. With the EarthBound Player's Guide in hand, you'll have all the information you need to ensure an exhilarating, exciting and memorable visit to many fascinating places. Savor the sophisticated amenities of city life in Forsyth, including the fabulous dinosaur museum and the grand department store. Capture the spirit of adventure in Dusty Dunes Desert, where you'll meet a real old-time gold miner. Drop into the town of Winters and Lake Tess for a chance to see the famed sea serpent Tessie. Follow the footsteps of history through Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids. Meet some real strangers in Siren Valley. Then hit the beach in the beautiful resort town of Summers. Through your journey, keep the player's guide handy and at all times so you'll know what to see, the best places to eat, whom to meet, what to look for, and what to watch out for, like zombies, dicing kitchen implements, dinosaurs, bugs, and other undesirables. This comprehensive reference with everything from maps to items to monsters will ensure an incredibly exciting and stimulating trip. Plus, the worthy and humanitarian experience of saving the Earth from the outrageous Space Invader Gygas. Fun adventures and philanthropy. Now, who could ask for anything more? Okay, let's try to... Can I flip these? Rotate right. There we go. Okay. Bustle-meter. Let's... Identitas. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, it's just stats, but that's pretty cool. Itemizer, King Banana. This to the monkey hole. A female monkey gives this to you. Sell it for a quick 110. Like Beetle, use it in battle to freeze an enemy briefly. To give some bubble gum to Bubble Monkey. Yesipedia. Slash your favorite thing. And then Identa Smell. The game stinks. The free gifts don't. Doesn't. Take a whiff and tell us what you've got. We know you'll be reeking with appreciation. You'll have to figure it out on your own, just like Ness. When you've made up your mind, mail it here and then gain I don't know what. That's interesting, I think. Oh yeah, that's the EarthBound manual. Really big. That's why it took me 5 hours and a half to read. So thanks for joining me. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I'll be getting back to Mother on Saturday probably. I hope I'll see you there. And until then, have a good